Has it been like how many private contractors have you taken?
Oh no.
But you also still work for the Marine Corps on occasion.
Anytime you call.
And are you presently under any private or military contract?
No.
You're an extremely rare talent, Miss White. Why not?
Insurance and corporate strength otherwise all fixed mission. I'm sure you already know that's my destiny.
You with me carefully, President.
Doesn't matter what I say.
So do you presently have a girlfriend? That's special. Someone who couldn't live without you.
Just not how it goes for me.
How about meds? Illegal drugs? Alcohol?
No drugs. But if I find it right, 3.5 ounces of blue for a big ounce of disease.
Have you tried nitrazepam? Or prazosin?
Have you ever put me in a
You lied. You could have contested a side test and seen another doctor. Why didn't you?
I have no reason.
You have no reason.
There's not a lot of reasons.
What if you gave no reason? Reason.
Looking to the gun. Look at the other day. Guys who you still coming inside out. They're after you know.
What time was that? Huh? Are you alone? How do you know about this?
See someone? I'm ready to see. I get a fuck with it. I didn't do it. I wanted to live myself. So I'm not ready yet.
That's
think I'm willing to find the rest here, rest of them. So, wherever you are, feel like a kind of home in those arms when you understand. Mm-hmm. Come on now, little lamb. That's how I do. That is all.
Just tell time.
3 minutes, we reach the edge of the no-fly zone. It's as far as we can take you. From the top, you'll have another 38 clicks north on foot. You're expected by 1600 hours tomorrow. Open it on the ground.
Where are we?
I'm not authorized to answer that.
Just the Detroit Royal Marines Commandos. Just call me Jacob.
If I can't, we'll get us through stuff like
Friend contract. So what do I tell you about it?
like Jim said. Little unmarked top on that. A little country.
I've been here an entire year and I have no idea where I am. It's messed up, right? But that is just the tip and top of the iceberg. Man like that.
A lot of contract, huh?
You're the first person I've spoken to face in a year.
You're all going out here?
And Michael, rotation officially ends at midnight.
I'm gonna leave.
Affirmative. Look, we'll get a drink, and I'll explain it again. There she is. West Tower Observation Post. Walk home away from home from an extremely 65 day. Completely self-sufficient, solar with a generator backup, brain system, wild game principle, and it's a garden. Right there. Everything you need.
There's nothing else there.
That is East Tower. Contact with the other side is strict forbidden, which is irrelevant, given the landmines and lethal tactical barriers to the north and south board. Can't get to the other side anyway. In practical terms, East Tower's not an issue. They do their thing, you do yours. I did see movement over that side earlier this morning. think they just completed their annual rotation too. Theoretically, the job's simple. You know the principal line of defense? You want like a highly skilled maintenance man. Every day you walk the western rim, there are automatic phalanx gun turrets at 600 meters or so. You restock the ammo on the auto gun, check the containment fence, cloakers, and suspended mines. There's an armory in the bunker outside, weapons, tools, replacement ammo, mines, whatever you need. Radio check every 30 days.
What's a cloaker?
Cloaker is a type of satellite transmitter. There's one every kilometer or so on the rim. Needs its own power and backup power source.
What do they do?
They cloak. They send a full signal to all the satellites that pass overhead on a given day. They're designed to render the gorge invisible to spy satellites. There is no outside communication here. No cell, no satellite, nothing. Because in an emergency, there's a panic button on the dedicated shortwave radio used to make radio checks. Button triggers a signal which lets them know what it's doing. The towers get big, however, gives you spy the old area signs to the tower. If somehow all the focus fail at once, or if the gorges are overrun, their automated system executes something called Stray Dog Protocol.
Stray Dog Protocol. What is that?
Get some boilers gateway signs and run like hell. Here's the deal. This place is old. I'm talking end of the Second World War on a coal mill ship, and it's secret. Way back then, an agreement was made and the coalition formed to keep it secret. So now, every year, a new representative from one of the Western nations patrols the Western Rim, and someone on the other side patrols the Eastern Rim. They are counted.
You're telling me leaders from the East and West have been secretly working together for the last 75 years?
No. I'm telling you, there have been 9 Soviet Russian heads of state, and 13 US presidents since the coalition was formed, and not one of them is neither. The best. Potato book. The skills and armor.
That's good.
The recipe's been passed down for decades.
That sounds so name, but I just feel like I'm missing something. So apart from keeping this place a secret, what's the mission? Make keep it from going to age?
No. You need to stop us in the gorge and coming out. A year ago, I was in your groups and my predecessor gave me the exact same speech and look at I took to him.
It needs completed full strength.
Exactly. But trust me, keep your eyes on the central gorge walls, they must stay there. Send some miniguns further north and south to take care of us.
Still in particular what?
The colors, that is what we call the hollow men. Nobody knows exactly what they are. I don't even know why they're called that. I don't even know about that. All I know is that somebody had our job proving that a long time ago and the name stuck. What I can tell you, in the late 1940s, they sent 3 entire battalions, 2,400 men on horseback into the gorge of Greenhouse. Not a single man returned. After that, they shifted to a field intelligence base.
How do you know this?
Same way you did. We were briefed by our predecessor. Okay, this could be one of the decades on games here. Yeah. Well, the theory I think summarizes the situation most succinctly is the gorge is the door to hell. And we're standing God of the King.
Look.
Emphasize blue arrow!
Right, just for your starters.
Copy.
This is Westside for the radio Cherokee, copy. I repeat, this is Westside for the radio Cherokee, copy, over. Alpha Bravo 97 Negative. Negative. 3. Wait, pilot.
is the license to kill moment, because the game during.
I also think that
in terms of Windows Vista.
Sword looks absolutely amazing to me.
To qualify as a dip, the pasty food in question must be able to be scooped by the
opposite method. It goes into the oven, no water bath.
I can safely say that, for me at least right now, Banquet for Fools is What's going on, everybody? Northern here. This time bringing all the games I have enjoyed the most so far in 2026. Because you see, today is in fact my birthday, and I wanted to do something fun. With that in mind, something that I like to do on my birthday in the past is make videos that I know are going to be at least a little eye-opening for some people in some cases. And so today I basically had two ideas, one of which was this. And then another one was a video about me complaining about how much I really hate like celebrity cameos in video games. And yeah, Beyond the Rings included. I do not want to see real world people in video games I play. It drives me crazy. Ultimately though, that video felt a little whiny, and so I decided to do this one instead. Because it has been a pretty good year so far. In 2026 for video games, there's been a bunch of new games I've enjoyed a lot, some older titles I've had fun with. I will say it does kind of suck to see Fable having been pushed to 2027 already very recently, if only to get out the way on GTA 6, which is terribly surprising. Which I think is really cool. This other video on a fun game yet to come. So that would be fun to just, again, kind of take stock of what I've enjoyed the most so far this year. And so let's get to doing exactly that. Starting with Neo 3. Remember Neo 3? A pretty early game in the year. This one at the beginning of February, and it is, for me at least, a lot of fun. Now, I've played and enjoyed both Neo 1 and 2. Neo 2 is incredible game. But I went into Neo 3 a little apprehensive, admittedly, about the Ninja Samurai Sword, which was, of course, different from how the original two games were, and I just had this feeling that I was basically going to stick to one of those forms and just never use the other one. And yet, as bits to my surprise, I actually wound up really enjoying that system a lot, using it frequently. The only part that I didn't really enjoy much was the fact that you have to manage two separate equipment loadouts for each one, and updating and keeping those relevant throughout the game to be honestly a little tedious at best, and just being able to switch out on the fly pretty much instantaneously as needed, both for even just like little things in terms of navigation, or of course to advances in a given fight. And I was just opening an amount of gameplay that I was a little bit again apprehensive about when I first saw it, but just found it really, really enjoyable. and that's on top of the stuff that we do as a series already does really well, and that made for a very enjoyable experience for myself. With more to come, I did my season pass of that when it released, and are going to release more DLC for it. However, it is in either one plus cycles and things, and whenever those start next up, however, obviously I'm going to shout out Crimson Desert. Crimson Desert is such an odd game because it has you doing and interacting with so much really cool stuff, only to have a story that is just not very good or interesting to me personally. And yet, in spite of that, the gameplay and the exploration and all the little details of new stuff you can find and figure out and get up to is a blast. I would say, notably, given my approach to reviews, I kind of hate the way they did the achievements. I've never seen other games do it exactly the way they did here. I still have about 6 of them that I have to go back and get at some point, which I'm mostly just waiting on at this point, as they have into that upcoming DLC and patches and the like. They're still refining, and so, again, there will simply be more Crimson Desert. But one of the big reasons I really enjoyed Crimson Desert is that it comes in on that sense of discovery that you don't often get as much in video games anymore, and this is in no small part because people like myself, the internet exists, and will figure out a game pretty much immediately, and the videos and content about it, and I'm as guilty of that as anybody else is, to be very clear. But every once in a while, a game so large or obscure will come out, and that simply takes a while, weeks for people to figure out all the little details and get that sorted out, and those games inherently just have a bigger sense of discovery because it usually takes a while for that content to actually exist, and then you're stuck either waiting or figuring stuff out for yourself, and sometimes that is deeply inefficient time-wise. However, it can, on occasion, create situations where you just find this stuff organically, and that has a much better feeling to it as a result, and Crimson Desert is, I think, a prime example of that. I think much later in the future, you are going to play through this game and probably have a good time to some degree and do the things I've talked about, and yet the people who played it at launch and kind of got into it before all that stuff was discovered, much in the similar games like Elden Ring, had a different experience than people who played it later just as a baseline. And while I am perfectly fine with the way things are these days in terms of how content gets made, etc., it's a fact that some of that discovery has been lost. Every once in a while there will be experiences that kind of remind you of that kind of thing, and that is really what I think I love the most about playing through Crimson Desert in particular. But we are not done yet, because the other 3 games I enjoyed the most I have spoken about before, to be fair, and we're going to kick that off with Mouse, for Hire. The Boomer shooter using rubber hose animation centered around one Jack Pepper investigating strange occurrences and disappearances around the city of Mouseburg. This game is honestly just delightful. I think it produced some quality of life features, and even this one is actually expecting a DLC at some point as well, so it's very possible that maybe they'll include those at some point. But mostly this game is just a lot of fun. It's probably not too surprising because I play this particular genre to basically give me a break between the big RPG releases that I cover, and Mouse P.I. was perfect for that. It's silly, it's over the top, the gameplay at the same time is sharp and snappy, the levels are fun to explore. I particularly love the movie theater type set. There's a little more game to it than you might initially expect as well. I even love that we're going to the baseball card movie that they threw in there a lot more than I thought I would. But more than anything, it was just a lot of fun. And well, that's all well and good. We all do have to understand, however, that basically every little reference and thing in this game is going to be some reference to cheese, and that is simply unacceptable. There is ultimately too much cheese in this game, and so I've got to give it a 0 out of 10, even though I did enjoy the time. Which brings us to our next entry, exactly Esoteric Ed. I guess like disco-like, I guess you would call it. In that, it is a narrative adventure, utilizing an adaptation of 5th edition D&D set in its own little world where you play as the cleric. Not a cleric, but the cleric. You can also choose to take on a bunch of other roles, almost multi-class style as you play through it, where you're basically given a situation where you are playing this cleric character who wants to get to the bottom of a large explosion just days before an election. The first one in quite some time, along along the way, you're going to get into existential crises of everyone involved, largely because the world in which we are playing is difficult, at the very least. Most of the humans have been wiped out in wars that happened previously. Everyone who is still left alive is more or less struggling for power. And while there's a lot of very real things that this game does that capture some of the magic of tabletop adventure in many ways, ultimately, it's also just really funny, it's sharp, it understands the things it's trying to emulate, while also not taking itself so seriously as to feel ridiculous. And while I've been doing this long enough to understand that invariably some people just really hate to read and are simply not going to play narrative games or won't like them as much because of the amount of text and information being thrown at them, which is understandable, not everything is for everybody, but I really did have a blast with this game. It was definitely one of my better experiences this year, not least of which because the story of it really landed with me in a personal way. But what's crazy is that the game was made by a pretty small team, mostly one person. I believe had some help from Raw Fury, the publisher, getting them some resources for the end of it, but I believe it was mostly done by one person. And that in of itself is pretty crazy, and yet you do still have one more entry to go, however. And this is none other than Banquet for Fools, another game from a small team that was made by pretty much two people over at Hannah and Joseph Games. Now, this game describes itself as a sort of beat-em-up RPG. I'm fine with calling it a CRPG personally, but the combat in it is unique and takes some getting used to for sure. It's also the type of game that is very niche and has some obscure systems here and there that can make it, again, a bit of a hurdle to get into initially, but if you're willing to get past that initial setup, Banquet for Fools is incredible. Now, it does actually take place in the universe of the previous game, the Serpent and the Staglands, and so there's a lot of new places and build up there, but your goal basically is to take 4 guards and run them through an island where a certain kind of spice is produced and get to the bottom of strange happenings and disappearances here. In particular, the entire town disappeared and you get to the bottom of that. And how long you do at investigating with that situation there can lead to multiple different endings in a way that provides a lot of that sense of discovery that I actually talked about a bit with Crimson Desert as well. Also doesn't hurt that I love the art style here, to be honest, but Banquet for Fools was top to bottom simply a delight. And it's another game that I'm probably not entirely done with. So when you beat the game for the first time, you unlock a main menu option where you can really play through the game more times with modifiers and challenges and that kind of thing. And they were still fleshing that system out when it released initially back in March. And what's more, the game currently does not have achievements. They also mentioned they were going to try to add some of those in the future. And between the two of those things, adding more gameplay styles and challenges, etc., as you run through it the first time, as it is the kind of game that is sort of knowledge and power situation, once you know where stuff is, you don't know what the solution to the puzzle is. And so a second playthrough, like many games, will be drastically different from the first. And yet, as a way to mix up some of those playthroughs, challenge, modifier type things, seems interesting to me in a way that makes me want to play more of it when you've got that system up and running. But even beyond just that stuff, it also does a lot of what CRPGs do really well with multiple quest solutions, interesting character advancement even, and putting all of that together, I can safely say that for me at least right now, Banquet for Fools is probably leaning towards my current game of the year. I'm not quite there yet. We do have more games coming this year. We'll see what else releases. But personally, it's the game I would say I've enjoyed the most. The rest aren't really in any particular order. But based on actual new releases that have come out thus far in 2026, if you were to call Game of the Year right now, I would probably personally give it to Banquet for Fools. With all of that said, however, that is pretty much everything I wanted to talk about in this particular video. I certainly hope you enjoyed hearing me ramble about this one. Just wanted to talk about some video games and having fun playing them. And to that end, I would love to hear what you guys have to say about the whole week and the comment section below. And if you particularly watch this year, I'm sure people will probably mention things like Pragmata, which I have not personally played. So by all means, let me know about it. Which of course means to like, comment, subscribe on YouTube channels. We're gonna
Hey guys, Metal Jesus here, and I am taking another trip. This time I am going to be going down to Houston, Texas to attend the Comic Palooza Expo. I think this is going to be pretty different because this expo isn't focused on video games like most of the expos I go to. Instead, this one's all about pop culture. A lot of people say this is the Texas version of San Diego Comic-Con, and I've heard it's massive and really fun. And you guys know me, I can pretty much find video games everywhere, and so I'm excited to go someplace new. Let's take a look. It's 4:50 a.m. and I'm heading to Houston, Texas. Supposedly, there is a severe weather event. What that means. Leading up to this weekend, I was checking the local Houston news, and everywhere they were saying that there's going to be an extreme weather event happening. And I don't know exactly what that means. Like I said, I've never been to Houston, Texas before, and a lot of these sites were like, yeah, extreme flooding and rain and who knows what else, so I have no idea what to expect. The flight down there isn't too bad, actually. It's about 4.5 hours from Seattle, and it's just long enough to watch a movie and maybe the Seattle window a little bit. As we're approaching, though, it definitely gets more and more cloudy, and I'm told, like, man, it's going to be very hot and very muggy, so I'm mentally preparing myself. What's cool about this expo is that the hotel that they have us staying at, which is the Hilton, is directly connected to the convention center. I love it when this is the case because I don't have a car, and so having the ability for me to just walk out of my room and then cross over into the convention center really quickly, really easily is so great. But I'm a little early actually because I arrived on Thursday and the expo technically doesn't start until Friday morning. So I decided to walk around the convention, which is in downtown Houston. And like I said, I've never been here before, and I didn't know what to expect. If you're not familiar with Houston, it is the 4th largest city in the entire United States. It's actually fairly large and has a ton of people there. But I didn't know what to expect because, to be quite honest, in Seattle and where I live, not a lot of people talk about Houston, right? When you think of Texas, most people that I know will think of Austin, they'll think of Dallas-Fort Worth, we'll talk about San Antonio, and for some reason, just not a lot spoken about Houston. So again, I didn't know what to expect, and I was walking around down here, and I have to say, it's really nice. I was having a great time walking around down here. I'm kind of just wandering around. To be honest with you, I don't know where I'm going. I'm just going to check it all out. But I know you can definitely see the sheen of sweat on my brow here. It's actually not that hot. Right, lots of humidity. And one of the things that really stood out to me was so many of the murals that were painted on the buildings. They are everywhere. I don't know what the statistic is for Houston, but it's got to be hundreds of them down there. I love this idea. I wish Seattle did this more, actually. I wish every city did this. Just have really great artwork that is on the side of buildings. And it just seemed like every time I went around the corner, went down the street, there was a new one to take in. This was really cool. Oh yes, it reminded me about Texas grass. And it's completely different than the grass we did in Seattle. It's really thick, it's really durable here. It's probably because of the heat. It's just got a fine feather. I don't know, it's wild. By the way, my eyes are not red because I'm high, because my allergies are freaking out. I need some more Zyrtec. Alright, getting up the next day, and this is the first day of the expo, and I look out my window and the skies are clear. It's all blue and it's gorgeous out. So I'm kind of like, is there going to be like extreme weather events? You know, what was all that about? I have no idea, right? But, okay, so far it's pretty mellow. It's funny, they said there was going to be extreme weather, and I'm not seeing it so far. It's gorgeous out, very hot, very muggy, but pretty bad weather. The thing I like to do when I go to a new city that I've never been to is hop onto the Yelp app and start looking for places that are supposed to be good to eat. And one of the first ones that showed up, especially when looking for hamburgers, actually, is called Rodeo Goat. And it's just across the street from the convention center. I'm going to check out this place called Rodeo Goat. Rodeo Goat. That's supposed to be got really good burgers, so I'm excited. And this did not disappoint. Now, I know it looks sloppy and probably overkill, but let me tell you, that was such a tasty burger. The first day of the expo is very mellow. It's Friday, and it starts at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, and not a lot going on, to be quite honest at this point. I wasn't able to kind of get in a little bit early because I have a booth there as well where I'm doing some signings and things like that. But I'll tell you what, at the far end of this expo, this thing really caught my eye because they had a collection of cars that were wrapped and painted and inspired by anime, video games, and pop culture. And this is no small part of the expo here. It was actually a huge selection of cars. And what I love about this is that it's not like exotic sports cars. I mean, those are great, right? But you're not seeing a bunch of Ferraris and Lamborghinis here. You're actually seeing a bunch of fairly common, normal cars here that are wrapped and inspired by some of these amazing pop culture things like anime and video games and movies and things like that. This just went on and on and on. Again, it's just a small part of this expo floor, and I was really blown away with some very impressive artwork on all of these. I can't imagine driving this around the city. I mean, you would just stop traffic, right? Everyone would look at your car and go around with this. I mean, it's pretty cool, I have to say. So this was very fun. That's really all I did the first day. And instead, what I decided to do is to save up all my energy for the main event on Saturday, so I decided to, call a night a little bit early and try to hit it really hard on Saturday morning. Good thing I went to bed early because I was woke up at around 6 a.m. to the sound of rain tapping on my hotel window. And then when I opened the blinds, what you can see here, it was a full-on lightning and thunderstorm for about 2 hours, it seemed like. So yeah, it looks like the weatherman was right. Now, we don't get a lot of these types of storms in Seattle. Yes, we'll get, heavy rain every once in a while, but very rarely do we actually get thunder and lightning. I don't know exactly why that is. It could be because we're protected by the mountains. And also, it's typically not that warm in Seattle, which I think that's what creates the thunder. But yeah, this was beautiful. It was actually really cool. I mean, because it was loud. Like, I don't even know if you guys are picking that up, but it was thunderous. It was loud, and the lightning was awesome. It almost felt like someone was in my hotel room with a television on. You know how if your TV is on, like on a sitcom or something like that, and it's dark, and the scenes are changing and stuff like that? That's kind of what it felt like. But yeah, super cool. By the time I actually got moving, it was around 8 a.m., and I wanted to go grab some espresso, so I started my day at Tenfold Coffee Company, which is just literally across the street from the hotel. I had to start my day with my typical 3 shots of espresso and an iced mocha, and then I also added something I'd never had before, which is a ham and cheese empanada. I think that's how you pronounce that. It's something we don't really have in Seattle, but it was tasty. It's basically kind of like a lightweight fried dough that's wrapped with this kind of pillow of soft cheese and ham. That was pretty good. And then I took in the expo, and this thing is big. I can see why they compare it to the San Diego Comic-Con, because it is very well attended. There's lots of booths here. And again, all focused on, anime, movies, a ton of Star Wars stuff here, a ton of comic book stuff here. It was just kind of everything. TV shows, it was everything that you probably had on your posters. It's here in this expo. And again, this isn't a video game expo, but there is a lot of video game inspired stuff here. You see a lot of things that are Nintendo inspired, or Pokemon, or Mario. Plus you see occasionally some PlayStation stuff, whether it's God of War, or Jack and Daxter, things like that. But as far as dedicated video games and people selling them, there was really only one booth here, and it was relatively small. And obviously, I'm a video game YouTuber, and so I was kind of curious why they brought me down, although I suspect that they want to bring more of that element into this expo over time. I also think that actually Retropalooza will be in Houston next year, so maybe they will combine? I have no idea. Several people did tell me, though, that there is a really good retro gaming store in Houston that's not very far away. And so I was like, okay, well, I will check that out. And so I grabbed an Uber and headed over to Replay Games. So this is a small little store on a side street, but as soon as I walked in, I could see it was packed full of good stuff. I'll be honest, I was impressed because they have a little of everything, including something I don't think I've ever seen before. So check this out. It's called the Sharp Famicom Tyler 8N510. And you're probably like me going, what the heck is that? I mean, you guys know I've seen a bunch of video game related stuff, but I've never seen this device before. And it turns out it was designed for journalists back in the late 80s, essentially for people who wanted to capture the footage and screenshots of video games. So for instance, if you're doing a story about a game, whether it's a review or maybe something that's coming out and you need screenshots from that, this is where you would plug in the cartridge and then use this device to then capture that footage for you. Like I said, I've never seen this before. This is so wild looking. I mean, it's crazy because it has all this stuff on here. Like, what the heck? And as you can imagine, the price for this kind of matches its rarity. So, this would go for thousands of dollars online, especially if you have a box. I'm not entirely sure because I think this one is actually loose, but he did verify that it does work. So, again, seeing this in a small gaming shop in Houston was wild. Oh, and I guess there's an adapter that will let you play and capture Sega Genesis or Mega Drive games as well. The owner of the store was very excited to point out the new Pokemon pinball machine that they have set up in front of the store that anybody can walk up and play. I noticed that they have a lot of boxed Game Boy, Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance games here. And as a matter of fact, when I saw this, I took some screenshots and sent them to my buddy Reggie, where he was excited to see some of these games here, actually, because he loves collecting in the box Game Boy games. And so, yeah, some of these are actually relatively uncommon. You don't see them very often. Check out this collection of Philips CDI demo games, including the 2 Zelda ones. Man, I don't think I've ever seen that before. And the owner was very quick to point out that, yeah, the prices kind of reflect the rarity of these. He's got a fully working Nintendo Virtual Boy here with a stack full of games, as well as a Neo Geo Pocket Color, also with a bunch of games to get you started. They also have a respectable collection of TurboGrafx-16/PC Engine games here, both in the box and also loose. Anybody looking to buy a Michael Jackson Moonwalker ad? You'll notice in the center right here behind the counter, they have a wild selection of stuff that they're also going through and pricing and testing and all that sort of stuff. And, not only just video games, but also collectible things that are like Nintendo, PlayStation, and all that sort of stuff back here. So, again, a lot of this isn't even priced yet, but they're working on it to bring it out onto the floor. So they obviously get a lot of trades from different customers and collectors. And like I said, I was very impressed with the selection of games in here, both old and new. It's funny because at the expo, I had several people come up to me and were like, hey, we live in Houston and we don't know where to get retro games. I was like, well, you should probably check out Replay Games because they probably got what you're looking for. And by the way, guys, they aren't sponsoring this at all. I actually messaged him just out of the blue on Facebook, like a few hours before I showed up, just to kind of give him a heads up and make sure it was okay to film. But yeah, overall, I had a really good time in this store. I saw a bunch of really cool stuff. So if you live in the Houston area, you might want to check it out. After that, I was getting pretty hungry, and so I walked around the corner and ended up at a place called The Post Beer and Wine. This is a little pub that has some really tasty Tex-Mex tacos. I was in Texas, and I was like, man, I gotta get me some good Mexican food. And so this place was very tasty, and also a really cool owner. He was back behind the bar. We were talking about video games and Houston and food and beer and stuff like that. So yeah, this is a pretty cool place. And while I was in there, another storm rolled through. And the reason why I mention this is because it's so wild in Texas. I think because it's so flat, that you can go from sunny and gorgeous to pouring rain, thunderstorms. As a matter of fact, in that bar, the lights were flickering, and it didn't affect anybody at all. Nobody even paused for a second while the lights were flickering and the TVs were buzzing, right? But I was like, oh my god, wow, this is a crazy storm we got going on here. It didn't even phase them at all. Getting back to the expo, one of the special things about this is all the great guests that they bring in from all around the country to meet with fans. These are some people like Vincent D'Onofrio, Pam Grier, Edward James Olmos, and some big names from the Matrix franchise, also Daredevil, Halo, all these really cool people. And I was able to hang out and get a selfie with some of these people in the backstage green room area. And what I was most excited to meet and hang out with was Pam Grier. Now, a little context here with this photo is that I was teasing her because she was eating a cookie in between different signing sections. And so, but it was super fun hanging out with her. She was super nice. She talked about a new movie that she's writing and some of the stories about some of the classics that she worked on, like Foxy Brown, and also Jackie Brown, Coffee, and all those kind of movies. So, yeah, she did not disappoint. She was very funny and just kick ass. She was awesome. The other highlight for me is all the cosplayers that show up for this expo and just have amazing costumes. You know, whether they're doing Star Wars or they're doing some sort of anime or movie-inspired one, or maybe they're doing their own spin on something. You know, maybe they're they're doing something kind of humorous or funny with it. But they were everywhere, and they were always really interesting to watch. Unfortunately, I only had about 2.5 days in Houston, and most of that was taken up by the expo. However, a lot of people told me to check out Buffalo Bayou Park, which is fairly close and part of a big network of parks in the middle of Houston. And so, yeah, I hopped in another Uber and drove over there. As you can see, the weather is glorious again, which is great, and it's not too hot. But yes, it is a little muggy still. This is a huge park and it's popular with the locals. You can see them running and doing exercise, hanging out with their families here. What I liked about this is that it was green, it was lush, it was really pretty. But then in the background, you get all of those big skyscrapers too. So you always know that you're in the middle of the city, but yet it's beautiful out there. The only thing that's kind of funky about it is that the water was really muddy and dirty looking. It could be simply just because it was raining so much. I mean, it was kind of muddy everywhere. You see me walking here, it was like everywhere you went, it was kind of still soggy and wet, with a little bit of mud. So I'm sure that's probably what it is. Maybe at other times of the year, the water's a little bit more clear, more blue, more pretty, perhaps. I think I got some sun, right? Looking a little red. And as I was going along, I started to definitely heat up. I mean, I'm from Seattle, so yes, we do have humidity here, but we don't have the heat. So after about 45 minutes or so, I was like, oh my gosh, I feel like I'm gonna die. It was definitely catching up to me. I'm heading back to the expo. This is the final push here on Sunday. We'll hang out at my booth and do a meet and greet, and then head home. It'll be fun. I'm going to wrap this day up with a trip to a deli that's just around the corner from the hotel. And I gotta say, this was actually a really good lunch here. So you can see I have the salmon kebab with these seasoned veggies, and honestly guys, some of the best mac and cheese I've ever had in my life. It was so different, so tasty, and so good. So that, guys, is a quick trip to Houston, Texas for the Comicpalooza Expo. I had a good time hanging out in the city. I think the only regret is that it was just too short. I needed 5, 6, 7 days or so to truly explore it and truly experience it. Here's a couple tips for you guys if you're flying to an expo like this. Hey guys, Metal Jesus here, and today I am hopping on a plane, and I'm going to be traveling from Seattle all the way down to South Carolina. I'm going to Greenville for the Southeast Game Exchange Expo. And so in this video, we're going to check out the town. We're also going to check out a video game store. We're going to check out a toy store that kind of blew my mind. And then, of course, we're going to go to the Gaming Expo. And at the end of this video, I'm going to show you the pickups I got. But right now, we're sitting in the airport waiting to take off. I got my Steam Deck there, ready to keep me entertained because this is definitely going to be a full travel day. In these videos, I like to give people an idea of just how far Seattle is from the East Coast. Because often people will ask me, hey, how come you don't come up to the East Coast or down in the Deep South? You know, some of the actual down there. And so, as you can see from this map, I live a long ways away from South Carolina. If you were to get a direct flight, of which there aren't any that I did find, it would take you at least 6.5 hours of flying just to get down there. For me to get down there, however, from Seattle, I do have to have a layover in Atlanta, which for this trip it was an additional 4 hours. It was kind of crazy. So I got up at 4 a.m. and then by the time that we landed in Greenville, it was 7 p.m. Now that does include a 3-hour time difference. And so, yeah, man, it's just a long ways away, but I don't care because I'm pumped for this. This is going to be pretty cool. I've never been to South Carolina, so this is the first for me. Greenville, South Carolina is probably considered a mid-sized level town. I don't think you can consider it a city because it only has about 75,000 people. So it's just that perfect size. As a matter of fact, a lot of people are saying that they want to move from big cities like on the West Coast over to some of these smaller cities like this. And so that's one of the first things that we talk about, is that the town definitely seems to be growing because it's a really nice place to live and it's very affordable. One of the things I wanted to do right off the bat, so many people told me about this, but I had to check out a game store called Upstate Games. They actually were partially responsible for bringing Riggs and I out, and I wanted to swing into the store before the expo because, well, I kind of wanted to see what it looks like before they kind of start pulling things off the shelf, you know, because they're going to get ready for the expo, and I wanted to see how it's all laid out. People have been telling me about this store for a while, and I have to say that, you know, it's not the biggest game store I've ever seen. I would say it's probably decent size. However, the stuff that they had in there, again, just blew me away. I'm always amazed when I go out to these smaller towns and have game stores like this, where it's just loaded with stuff that you don't even see sometimes in bigger towns, in bigger cities. Now, they did tell me that one of the reasons why they have some pretty cool stuff in there is because I guess there was a mega collector in Texas who was going to open his own store, but then, for whatever reason, wasn't able to do it, and so he started selling off his collection. And they bought a huge section of it, and then drove it back to South Carolina for their store. Thought that was pretty smart. I didn't realize that there's that kind of networking happening between stores and collectors, but it makes total sense, right? If you got a really big, maybe, you know, potentially eclectic game, you know, collection of games, then you would need to find a store that would be willing to just sort of buy it out and make it simple for you, right? And so as you can see from this footage, it's got a ton of cool stuff. I was very impressed. And what's cool is that a lot of this, like I said, they're going to be pulling off the shelf and loading into the car, taking it to the expo the very next day. We arrived in South Carolina with an extra day for me to just kind of fart around a little bit in town, check it out. And I like doing that, especially the places that we've never visited before. Yes, the expos are really awesome, but I don't know, you travel all that way, you want to spend some time getting to know the people and checking it all out, right? And so the first thing I definitely noticed that despite waking up and it was partially cloudy out, it was still very hot and very muggy. That is something I don't see in Seattle. If it is overcast, it is typically on the cool side. That is not the case here in South Carolina. I was shocked at how warm it was. It was like walking around in a warm bath. It was pretty wild. Also, it's very green. You know, my only experience really with the South is Texas, because we have family there. And, you know, in San Antonio and in Dallas, Fort Worth, it's flat, hot, and not really that green, right? But down here, man, it's lush looking. The first place that people recommend you check out is Falls Park on the Reedy, which is literally downtown Greensville. And it's this absolutely lush, beautiful park that has these falls in it, these kind of rolling falls in the middle of the city. And then there's this bridge that you can walk along and check it out. And this was absolutely stunning. Again, just super pretty, very beautiful, and very lush in the middle of this town. I mean, this has to be on everybody's list if you're going to go here. This is one of the most beautiful things I think I've ever seen in the heart of a town like this. And we were very impressed. But again, getting back to the weather a little bit here, you can see that it is overcast, but John and I were sweating our guts out. It was so hot and humid. It was like amazing to experience. And so, especially again coming from Seattle, where we just don't have anything like this. We sometimes have a lot of humidity, you know, because we do have a decent amount of rainfall and cloud cover, but we don't have the heat. And so that's the thing that's so unusual about this place. But yeah, it was very cool. And the park is really good size. It has all these trails that go around the falls and through the trees and stuff. And yeah, it's just a very neat park. So if you ever come to Greenville, South Carolina, you have to check it out. All right, it's Saturday morning. It's time to get up and check out the Southeast Game Exchange Expo at the Greenville Convention Center. It's funny because I've probably gone to, 50, 60 expos over the years, something like that. And every single time I get excited when those doors are about to open. It's so funny. It's just so awesome to go to these things. And as you see here, there was a long line waiting to get in. It's funny because the way that they have it set up, it was outside. Maybe it's because it's so hot outside. They have people inside. And it just wrapped around. I couldn't actually tell where the end was in the beginning, but everybody was pumped to be there. I heard that the attendance was really excellent, and yeah, it was pretty cool. And then once the doors open and you start walking around, you can see it's just all one big, massive room. The first place I wanted to check out was on the left, where they put a lot of the YouTubers and some of the voice talent and people who are part of, I guess, the video game industry. It was here I was able to meet up with John Riggs, who was selling some of his games that he's created. You also see Adam Horowitz there. You have Clint from Lazy Game Reviews. That was nice seeing him. I guess he was fairly close, but man, I haven't seen Clint since the last E3, which I think was in 2019, as well as Billy and Jake from the Game Chasers, and then you have Captain India's Punk promoting his book, and a bunch more of people too.
What's up, man? Good to see you.
Am I supposed to say something?
Whoa! I have a bunch of modded and custom handhelds, and this one here really caught my eye. So this is obviously a Game Boy Advance with custom buttons and custom shells. Also, he has upgraded the screen, and it has a custom battery in the back. Probably has a bunch of other stuff too. This is so cool looking. I just had to highlight it here. It's gorgeous. One of the tables had a bin full of brand new copies of Fallout 76 for just $2 each. No game long when they're just blowing these things out for $2. I was tempted by this neon PlayStation 2 sign. I told myself that if it was still there by the end of the day on Sunday, I'd buy it. But somebody snagged it, so good for them. Check this out. I've never seen this before. It is the Lightspan Adventures. So this is a series of PS1 games and education software that was never sold to the public. It was only sold to schools. And so this table had several boxes of these for sale. And I've never seen that before. That is very cool. There were a bunch of tables here that had these video CD discs here. So if you're not familiar with these are really early video discs that are completely analog. This is before Laserdisc, long before DVD. I remember watching these as a little kid. I thought this was pretty cool. They have this section of the floor set up for live VR competitions. Basically, 3 to 4 people would put on VR headsets, and in this area, they would do battle. But now, what's really cool about it is that, we are seeing these 4 individuals just standing in this space, right? There's nothing there. But then you look at the screen, and the game itself is actually putting up barriers that they're having to look around, shoot around, dodge, hide behind. I thought this was pretty cool. They did have a couple of rows of classic arcade machines as well as pinball machines, and all of these were set up for free to play, so anybody could just walk up and play for as long as you like, which is very cool. I will say other expos that I've gone to have had more options here, so I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe it's just that they didn't have access to them or something like that, but it was basically had something for people to check out. This table here had a bunch of specialized custom acrylic signs that you could put in your game room. Man, I was so tempted for these. Yeah. I still want a couple of these. I'm a sucker for limited edition consoles. This is the days of playing PS4. I didn't need it, but I did want it. We also had a pretty big cosplay competition, which a lot of people were standing around and checking out. It's pretty cool that some of these expos have sections of the floor dedicated to specific games or tournaments. I've noticed some in the past that have, sections for Super Smash Brothers or Stuart Battalion, but this one they have been set up for classic Tetris. And it's neat too because they were able to find the exact flat screen CRT for every single copy of the game in this entire section here. That's pretty impressive. There was a booth here that sold nothing but custom painted Lego coaches. And as you see here, they did a bunch of really cool stuff. Some of the video game theme, like obviously Knights of the Old Republic,
but then you had classic horror themes, all this pop culture stuff. I thought this was pretty cool, and it looked super professional. Here's a dude that's making a bunch of prop swords and also guns, many of them video game themed, and yeah, he is really cool. This is a really cool dude. So other people came up to me and asked me what I thought of the prices, and man, you know, that's a tough one because in general, I would say that, you know, the prices for pretty much all things video games have gone up a lot in the last couple of years. That's no surprise to any of you who watch this channel and you collect retro games. It's just, it is what it is. And yes, a lot of the prices here were probably, you know, at what you get online. The thing I always tell people though is that, you know, it's a balancing act, I think, for some of these tables, because if they put them too low, then you get people who come in and they just buy everything and then just turn it around a couple hours later and flip it online, right? So they don't really win in that scenario. But you know, as a buyer, I guess what you can say is that if you see something at an expo, well, you can hold it in your hand, right? You can open it up and turn it on. You can see the condition, and you don't have to pay for shipping. So I guess it's kind of a balance there. And that's not to say you can't find deals. Actually, at around noon on the second day, almost every single table was telling me that I walked up to, hey, we're doing, you know, buy one, get one free, or, you know, buy two, get one free, or 50% off, or whatever, or, you know, make an offer, that sort of stuff. And so there's definitely a kind of a feeling in the air that deals were to be made if something was still at the table on the second day and hadn't been sold. Once the expo had ended, I wanted to get out from town and kind of check it out one last time before I had to head home. And so we hopped in the car and went back downtown and checked out some bars. And we ended up in this bar where the two guys were on stage playing acoustic covers of, I guess, 80s and 90s pop songs. And they had their own little twist to it because they were way more silly than you would possibly think. It was really funny because the main guitarist guy, his lyrical knowledge of Vanilla Ice and Young MC was impressive. I mean, they basically were kind of doing these acoustic, you know, silly versions of pop songs that we all know and love. And at a certain point, and a couple of beers into it, yeah, we were all singing along. It was a lot of fun. Here's a trouble tip for you guys. If you fly to an expo like I did, and you buy a bunch of games and you want to get them home, but you don't want to give the airlines, you don't want to have to check extra baggage. What I ended up doing on this trip was swapping all my clothes out of my luggage with the games that I bought. And then I headed to the local UPS store and mailed my clothes home. I just tell you, send my clothes home the slowest and cheapest rate you have. And then carried on my games home on the flight. This could be slightly more expensive than if you tried to check the luggage at the airport. But honestly, I don't care if my clothes shows up a week later. At least I have my games right now, and they were always with me, so they don't get lost. But sadly, my time in South Carolina and Greenville is coming to a close. Time to hop on a plane and take a long flight home to Seattle. And hey, I gotta show you what I picked up. I kind of on this PS4 Xbox One kick lately because, well, frankly, now is the time to pick these things up. This is technically not the current generation, right? This is last gen stuff. So a lot of these games can be distributed to buy PS5 games or Xbox Series X games. So you're starting to see a lot of these games relatively inexpensive. And so I'm on the lookout for them, including these three right here. I've heard really good things about Transformers Devastation, primarily because it is developed by Platinum Games. And I'm familiar with them. They made Mad World, Bayonetta, Vanquish, Metal Gear Rising, Revengeance, Nier, Automa, Astral Chain, The Wonderful 101, and a ton more. So they've got a huge pedigree for making really fun third-person action games, and I've heard good things about this, so I can't wait to check it out. A fan of my channel told me about these two games that I guess are exclusive to the Wii, at least on console. That of course is Witcher 2 and 3. Now, I guess these are, I'm sure they're probably budget arcade games, but these are, they're pretty fun, they're relatively short, so yeah, I'm excited to check these out. This is pretty cool. I'm always on the lookout for the original Xbox. I saw two of them there that I did not own. The first one there is Dragon Slayer 3D. It's a game that tends to come up every once in a while. People say you should probably check out. I'm a big fan of the original Dragon Slayer in the arcades, as well as Space Ace and all that stuff. Have not played the 3D one yet. And then you see that one right there that says Furious Karting, and exclusive to the Xbox, I guess, only came out on the Xbox. Never heard of it before. It was, I think, like $5. I'm sure it's probably crap, but what the heck? I'll take it. I'll take a cheer at a time. I'm still going for a complete PSP collection, and there were several games there that I did not have in my collection so far, so I had to pick them up. Some, I would say, probably heavy hitters here for sure, but also some that were really, really inexpensive, which is great. It was definitely nice. The two more expensive ones you see here are both by Atlas. The first one being Dominator, and the other being Romancer, Wayfarer of Time. And I have not played either of these, but I've heard that they're pretty good. I guess both of them are tactical RPGs, and I think at least Romancer was probably released on the PS2 environment. I think that's true. I don't know. Let me know in the comments. And then check this out. This is Ape Escape Racing. So this is a game that we did not get in North America. It was only released in some of the Asian markets. But it's basically a car racing game based on the Ape Escape franchise. But then it's kind of interesting because there are several Ape Escape games on the PSP. Kind of interesting how some of these, I guess, just kind of abandoned their franchise for some reason. I mean, when was the last Ape Escape game? Probably, what, 15, maybe almost 20 years ago? Here's what I was looking for a while now. This is the Fast and Furious. Now, this game also came out on the PlayStation 2, but I guess it's based on, well, if you look at the movie timeline, this kind of fits within the Tokyo Drift era. But it was supposed to be a sequel to the Street Racing Syndicate series, which is on the PSP, but then I guess they decided to just make it a Fast and Furious game, probably because they thought it would sell more copies, which I'm sure it would. I seem to keep finding more and more SSI games that I don't own, and it just goes to show that they just have probably hundreds of games out there. This is one of them here. This is actually given to me by a fan at the show. Now, it's just a box of games. There is some gaming here, but yeah, it's cool to get these in the collection. I love the box art, don't you? As well as a copy of Microsoft's Flight Simulator 2000. I love how it says, as real as it gets. I guess as real as it gets back then, because Flight Simulator today, well, if you see that it's real. Like, it looks amazing. Here's another one I have a box of the goodies for it, but I don't actually have the game for it yet. The game itself actually is pretty easy to find, but this sort of stuff here, well, this is the stuff that's difficult to get. So this is, of course, for Fate Extella, or the PlayStation Vita. This also was given to me by a friend of my channel, and that's one of the cool things about going to expos, is that, you know, if people know if you're into something, whether it's big box PC games, or PSP, or Vita, or whatever, they know that you're a guy that will take it and appreciate it. So thank you so much, man. And then as a little bonus on our last day, we had some extra time, and people said, hey, you gotta check out this toy store called Toy Federation. Now, I don't collect a lot of toys because, well, I already have a lot of hobbies. I'm already into music and video games, and I just don't have the space for it, and honestly, or the money, really. But I do love action figures, and I like toys. When I was growing up, I was passionate about the Kenner Star Wars figures. I was obsessed with them for many, many years. And I have to tell you, walking through this store, I was blown away. And I know I say that a lot, but when you look at the stuff, it just is everywhere. I was amazed. He had stuff from the floor to the ceiling with action figures and just a bunch of collectible things. It was amazing to see. And I like how he had action figures for everything, from, the obvious stuff like Transformers and G.I. Joe and Star Wars, but then he also had horror-based stuff, pop culture stuff, wrestling. I think he just had it all. And it was just all out there, exposed on shelves. It was down by your feet. Like, you could accidentally kick stuff. It was quite amazing to see. And so I did end up getting some collectible die-cast cars there. You see them right here. I got the Blade Runner car. There's Smokey and the Bandit up front. You have the Roger Moore 007 submersible Lotus. I think that was from Your Eyes Only, I believe. You have the General Lee from Dukes of Hazzard. And then to round it out, you have 3 cars from the Cannonball Run. One of my all-time favorite B movies. As you can see, guys, I had a great time visiting Greenville, South Carolina, and going to the Southeast Game Exchange. It's a beautiful part of the country, and yes, during summer it is very hot and very humid, and also very, very wet. You can see here, one night it was just pouring rain, just downpouring. It was hilarious, but again, that's why it's so green, right? And everybody I met was super nice and also just very appreciative that I had made this long trip. Everybody I met was just like, what do you think of our city? You know, they were so proud of it. They were so happy that I was there, and I could definitely feel the love. By the way, I want to give a huge shout out to Marcelo, who runs a YouTube channel called GameCube Galaxy. So he helped me do a bunch of filming on the first day, which I very much appreciated. As I was walking through the expo, he was the guy who was actually following behind me there. Just very handy with people like that. And he was a super cool dude. He runs a retro gaming channel that's dedicated to the GameCube. So he's collecting cards, he does videos on hidden gems and top 10s and a bunch more. So thank you so much, dude, and definitely check out his channel. And thank all of you for coming up and saying hi. I had so many people walk up to me and want to shake my hand, or they wanted me to sign copies of Hero, or Shivers 2, or I took a copy of Death Strikes 3, and stuff like that, so that was very fun. Also, a shout out to my Patreons. I don't want to talk about my Patreon very much, but I got a bunch of people who've been, you know, supporting me on Patreon for years now, come up to me and shake my hand, and I get to meet them for the first time, which was really neat. So, again, that's one of the things I love about travel, being out there and meeting some people that I've interacted with for years. So, that was really special. This is not going to be my last expo this year, not by a long shot. I'm actually going to go to Phoenix pretty soon, as well as Portland, Nashville, and probably a couple others. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for subscribing, and take care. Hey guys, Noah Jesus here, and it is time for another travel video. This time I'm going to be hopping on a plane and heading to Milwaukee, Wisconsin for the Midwest Gaming Classic Expo. And I am very excited for this trip for 2 reasons really. One, I've never been to that part of the United States, and I've heard very good things about this expo. A lot of people compare this expo in size and quality to the standard, which is the Portland Retro Expo. So I'm very excited to check this one out. And what's really important for me is to show up a couple days early to not just go to the expo, but also experience the city and the culture and the people. And so in this video, we're going to check out some of the sites in Milwaukee. We're going to check out a local gaming store. We're also going to visit a local record store. And of course, I'm going to share the entire expo with you. And at the end of this video, I'm going to show you everything I've picked up. Now, for those of you that don't know, Milwaukee is actually pretty far from Seattle. It is almost 2,000 miles away. And so because of that, it takes pretty much most of a day for me to get there, especially with this trip because there is a layover in Minneapolis and there is a 2-hour time difference. So I leave Seattle and I basically arrive in Milwaukee at night, and as I go to get my rental car, well, sitting there waiting for me is John Riggs. Because it's so late, we didn't have time to do much on the first day, so we're going to call it a night.
We just got here. We just got here. How you unpacked it?
I know. Wake up the next morning to cold and cloudy skies. I was surprised to learn that actually Milwaukee is currently, at least at the time that I'm making this video, it was colder than Seattle. We were freezing, but we were very excited to kind of just walk around and take in the city. Now, I'll admit I know almost nothing about Milwaukee or really Wisconsin. The only thing I really know is kind of what I learned from television, and that really comes from that 70s show, and then also Happy Days. I used to watch that show as a kid, also Laverne and Shirley. And so for the first couple hours, we kind of just drove around, getting a sense of the city and kind of, I don't know, our bearings as to where we were. Now, we were mostly in the downtown section, and I have to say, actually, it's a really nice looking city. I mean, we drove around and saw some really cool houses. They're massive in size. Most of them are brick, probably been there for, I don't know, forever as far as I know. But after a while, we got wind that there is a game store in the area that we should check out. So we hopped over to Mega Media Exchange. And as you can see here, it is both a game store, but it's also a bunch of pop culture stuff as well. So yes, they have a lot of games in here, and that's just a decent selection, both of old and new. And there was a small arcade section in the back. But then they also had a bunch of pop culture stuff like Funko Pops, they had movies, they had a bunch of that sort of stuff. So we didn't really hang out here very long. I actually did buy one game from here, but I'll show you that at the end. But again, we're going to a retro gaming expo, so we don't really need to spend a lot of time here. Instead, actually, I was kind of excited to do a little bit of music hunting. We heard that very close to here, there's actually a really decent little mom and pop record store. And so we hopped over to Bullseye Records, and yeah, this is definitely a little hole in the wall that these are my favorite kind of record stores, where you have no idea what they're going to have here. And they actually have a pretty decent little metal section here. I did spot an album I don't own, and that is Kiss Unplugged. So this has become one of the more collectible, newer releases from Kiss. And I think the reason why is that they're just getting into many of these. This album regularly goes for $150, and that's what they have here. I passed it up though. I passed it up because I just didn't want to have to ship it home. But it is one that I'm kind of like, wow, that's what I need for the collection. So I'm going to keep my eye out for it here in Seattle. But again, it was neat to see in the store. Later on in the afternoon, we all met up at the Milwaukee Public Market, and this felt very familiar to me because it feels very much like the Seattle Pipeline Market if you've ever been there. And as you can see by this footage, it's very cozy and filled with a bunch of independent local vendors. That's what's really fun about it. And it didn't take me long to find the group. Of course, I spotted John Riggs first because he's like a tower over there. But also, as you see, we met up with Kelsey Lewin and also Adam Portland. And this place was legit. As you can see by these photos here, they had great produce that was grown locally, as well as amazing desserts. They also had this place that had these really exotic spices and just a ton more. I really dig this place, but that's going to be it for day one. The next morning, Friday, things are starting to amp up a little bit. People are starting to fly in, people are starting to show up, and we meet with a group of dudes that were following Adam around, and we decided basically to go and try to find the Bronze Farms statue. So we have Fonzie sitting somewhere on a bridge, and it was our mission to go try to find him. And I'm a big fan of walking tours of cities. I like getting out there and just wandering around the city, taking it all in, especially a town like this, where they have a really pretty river going through it here. There's lots of really interesting buildings to check out, and just being out for a couple hours is always a lot of fun. Later that evening, we decided to check out a local arcade called Uptown, and I'm so glad we did because I love seeing this. So as you see here, it's a mix of a bar and an arcade. It has a couple different levels, and it was packed full of people. And what blows me away about this is that, not that long ago, probably 20 years ago, everyone was saying that arcades were dying, and yet here we are, and they're alive and well. And so it just warms my heart that so many people are gathering in places like this, hanging out, meeting, playing games, drinking, talking. It's just awesome. So this place did not disappoint. And so we hung out here for a couple hours, had a couple drinks, and had a really good time. But as you know, we're going to an expo, and so we're going to get all this and more. So we decided to call an early night and prepare for the next day, the main event. All right, it is Saturday, and I am at the Wisconsin Center. I have no idea what to expect, but I love walking through these places, and this one did not disappoint. As you see walking through here, the very first floor was the vendors, and it was jam-packed. It was wall-to-wall with just so many great vendors. A couple highlights here. So first off, check out this Doom N64. This is a customized N64, and they went all out on this thing. It was actually for sale, and I have to admit, I'm tempted. I would love to own it. Is it expensive? Yes, and rightfully so, because they put a ton of work into it, but man, did I think this was cool. Next up, check out this extremely rare NBA Elite 11 PS3. So this is an official release here. I believe they only did 5 of them. I've never seen this before. This is probably one of the most rare things on the floor that I saw all weekend. This was very neat to see. Yeah, just an amazing version of this. I thought this was pretty cool. Speaking of some other things that are pretty rare and unusual, check out these original NES prototypes. So this guy had them in his backpack. He was actually one of the vendors in a booth, and he collects prototypes. And so he brought these. He's actually going to share these with Kelsey. I think she might have dumped them. I'm not entirely sure. But he had them, he collects them, brought them to the show. Also, he had some PSP prototypes, which I thought was pretty neat. So again, something you typically just don't see. Now, I don't think these were for sale. They were brought here to show. I really dug this booth that was over by the main doors. It was full of Japanese imports. You typically do not see this type of thing at expos. You'll typically get a vendor that has, some imports, one or two different systems, but man, this booth had everything. I mean, it just had PSP, PS2, Dreamcast, Famicom, Super Famicom. I mean, it just went on and on and on. I was like blown away. I think the biggest challenge for me when I see a booth like this is that I just don't know what to pick up. I haven't done my research, and so sometimes it's kind of hard to tell, what I will actually be able to play. Obviously I have systems to play them, but I don't know which ones are completely in Japanese and which ones I can actually kind of figure out. But again, very cool. If you do your homework, this would be a very cool booth. Check this out. So I walked by this booth that had all of this backpack stuff here. And I noticed that this guy was also selling the Mulder cart that I actually own. And it turns out that he's the guy who made it. I was like, oh my god, it's like an amazing coincidence here that he makes the Mulder cart that I and a lot of other people own. And what's great is he also makes a bunch of aftermarket overlays that you can buy from him to basically put on your backpack for the games that you want to play. And so that was just very cool to see, because if you know about the backpacks, you know that you want those overlays because it's part of the whole experience of it. It basically adds color as well as text to it. It makes it feel just more complete. And a lot of us don't have very many overlays on one of those. So I actually did pick up a pack of them here, and yeah, that was awesome to see. I thought this was pretty funny, and Table had this listed there for $10,000. A one-of-a-kind Bobby variant here. They're making fun of Wada, of course, with this a score of 9.8. Smells like pee. So collectible. Also, at this point, I want to give a huge shout out to another YouTuber who was helping me shoot footage pretty much all weekend long. His name is Chris, and he runs a YouTube channel called Game Dad. I'll put a link down to the video description below. Super cool dude. Got to meet him for the very first time. I just asked him if he would be willing to shoot footage of me this weekend. So that was super nice of him. If you haven't checked out his channel, please do so. He's an awesome guy. Now, there was one thing that I was a little disappointed with the vendor for, and that is many of these tables were, for some reason, cash only. Now, I've run into this in the past, but for some reason, this expo, I think, just had a lot of people that, for whatever reason, were trying to only give cash. And, I get it. They probably are just trying not to have to pay taxes. But I gotta tell you, as a customer, it's incredibly annoying spending some time at a table, looking around, finding a stack of games, walking up there and being told, oh, sorry, we only pay cash. And you guys know, a lot of these games, a lot of these systems are going up in price. So to expect people to be walking around with hundreds of dollars in cash, maybe thousands of dollars in cash. I just think it's a little, I don't know, it's unrealistic. Alright, we're going to go ahead and move on to the second floor where there's some really cool stuff. The first room I want to show you is this room dedicated to these modders or hackers who basically take consoles and they make them portable. This blew my mind. This was so cool. I mean, I've seen some of these on YouTube, but to have them all here was amazing. Especially this world's smallest portable Nintendo 64. That is amazing. And what was great about this is that they were all working, and the person who actually did the modifications was sitting there at the table, so you could ask them all sorts of questions. This was a really cool surprise. Next up was a room that was dedicated to NES homebrews, and this was really fun. This was a great way to highlight some of those people that are making brand new games for the classic NES. Here's another room I just stumbled into. As you see, there are a bunch of systems set up for you to just walk up and play some games. I love this section over here where they have a bunch of Steel Battalion systems all networked together, so people can just walk up and play this amazing game as it was designed to be played. And then over on this wall here was this dude just jamming on guitar. This guy was amazing. And then check this out. They have a bunch of older iMacs set up running Quake Network. So you can sit down there and play Network Quake. But I thought it was really interesting because they're on Macs, something that most people don't really associate with gaming. So now let's go ahead and go up to the third floor. So like I said, this place is massive. And up here is where they have all of the free-to-play games. So they have all of these sections right here in the front where it's mostly older computers, some consoles, things like that. And anybody can walk up at any point, grab a controller, and just play whatever you want, which is really fun. And then over here, they have an entire arcade section set up. And then everything is set to free to play. And then mixed into all of these are a bunch of pinball machines. Again, all of them set to free to play. Now, I did notice that one of the cool highlights here was a brand new Rush pinball game. I've never seen this before. I don't know if it's being just announced here or maybe it's just being highlighted for the first time. But as you see, they had a bunch of them set up, and this was really cool. And I really like how they organized this expo a lot. The first floor being sort of the main floor with all the vendors and things like that. The second floor has a lot of the specialized rooms where you can get cosplay or just all sorts of, specific things that you're looking for. And then the third floor is all about just walking up and playing games, both on computer, consoles, and pinball. But that wasn't all. Later on that evening, they also had a couple bands playing. I thought this was really cool. They had a dude who actually did the motion capture for Mortal Kombat. He was rocking out, doing some covers and I think some original songs. And then you had this all-original band called Wars of the Tribal. And unfortunately, I missed their performance, but the singer came up to me later on the evening and handed me the album on a CD. Took it home, blew my mind. They're awesome too. There was also a big YouTuber channel where we took your questions. And as you can see here, we packed the room. That was so much fun. Now it's funny because people often ask me, does it rain a lot in Seattle? And the reality is actually not really as much as other cities. And here's proof, because as we are walking from our hotel to the expo, look at this rain. It looks like a monsoon. It looks absolutely crazy. I was blown away. Trust me when I say that it rarely rains this hard in Seattle. We usually get like a mist, just a little cloud cover, a little bit of a mist, nothing like this. So I thought this was hilarious that I go all the way to Milwaukee to just get poured on. So that's kind of an overview of my trip to Milwaukee and the Midwest Gaming Classic Expo. I had a fantastic time, but we got to get back to Seattle because I got to show you what I picked up. Starting with this massive release here. So Premium Edition Games had a table at the expo, and on that table, the thing that really caught my eye was this right here. This is their deluxe edition of the great Metroidvania style game called Robot Game Fight. If you're unfamiliar with this game, I think Reggie and I covered this a couple of months back when he was talking about it. Basically, it is a love letter to Super Metroid. However, it is all roguelike. So it's randomized every time you play it. And it's very cool to see this mega deluxe edition of this. I think the highlight has to be the strategy guide here. So first of all, it's really substantial. Like it's an actual book, and it has this kind of soft cover to it with some of these foil highlights. Also note the spine there is also foil, I guess you could call that. So really high quality. You open it up and it's all full color. So yeah, that's definitely really cool for fans of this game. Next up is something I was really happy to find. That is a Xbox 360 faceplate. So they released a ton of these officially licensed faceplates for the Xbox 360. This is the Final Fantasy 12 one here. And eventually I would like to do a video on them. Now, there are a surprisingly high amount of these. I would guess there's probably 100, 200 of them or something like that. Some of them are kind of common, some of them are a little bit collectible. So I got a ways to go. I think I've opened back probably 10 or 15 of them so far, but it's something I'm always on the lookout for. Next up is an amazing donation that I got from one of my admins on Discord. I think Shadow is on there, and he gave me a brand new copy of Pierce Solar on the Dreamcast. This is an all-original, old-school RPG that I believe originally came out on the Genesis, but then they ported it over to the Dreamcast. I didn't have this in my collection, and man, this is such a cool gift, so thank you so much. I mentioned that NES homebrew room, and in there I met the guy who made Space Raft. And it turns out that he is in a real band called Space Raft. They have a big album right there. And to celebrate that, they made an original homebrew NES game about their band and going on tour. So of course I had to pick up a copy of that. I was walking by this booth admiring all of this really unique looking walnut artwork here. All this pop culture stuff. I thought this was really cool. I've never seen this before. And the guy running this table said he's got this gift for me, and he pulls out from underneath the table this original take on my official Metal Jesus logo, doing walnut art. And so I thought this was very cool, very unique. I've never seen anything like it, and it now hangs in my game room. So thank you very much. If you guys are interested in checking out some of their walnut art, I have to be careful when I say that. They have an Etsy store, and I'll link to it down in the video description below. And remember that vendor table that had the Doom N64 on it? Well, I guess they also do a bunch of custom work for a bunch of other systems, including the Game Boy Advance. And so on the way out the door, they ran over and handed me this. It's their own version of the GBA console license called the GB HD Advance. Now, admittedly, I haven't had time to mess around with this. I just got home. It looks slightly different than the other GBA consolizer that I have. I'm not entirely sure of the differences here, so I'm very curious to put it through the test. But again, thank you very much, guys. This is very cool. As you guys know, I'm going for a complete US PSP game collection, and they had a couple titles there that I didn't have yet. Def Jam Fight for New York, The Takeover, is one of the more kind of collectible PSP games that are out there. You know, most PSP games cost anywhere from $20 to $30, sometimes cheaper. This one definitely goes for much more than that. So I actually paid $80 for it, which I do believe is a fair price. And then check this out. This is Iron Maiden and Hunter. So this is such a wild release. So this is an official Iron Maiden release. And essentially what it is, it's two things. It is a kind of like a top 20 best of compilation. So in there are 3 discs. The first disc has 14 songs on it. The second disc is a split. So it has 6 Iron Maiden songs in audio format. And then it has the installation for the PC game. Now, I believe this came out in 1999 for the PC, and I've never played it. But they got a copy there, and I had to pick it up. Speaking of Iron Maiden and music, a fan came up to me on the floor. Unfortunately, I didn't remember your name because it was absolute chaos, but he handed me a bunch of CD singles right here, so I thought that was pretty neat. I picked up these 2 shooters. So the first one there is Stormwind, that is on the Dreamcast. Recently, I've been wanting to play that because Reggie picked up the newer Switch version. And then check out that Genesis game. So that is called Space Turtle Ship, and it is a Korea exclusive game. It only came out in Korea, and it's a shooter, so they had it appeal, so I had to pick it up. You guys know me, I love my big box PC games, and so there were a bunch of them at this expo. Actually, more than I expected to see. There was actually one table specifically that just had a ton of them. So I was like, this. And so you see a bunch of random games here. And some of these are for the Atari 400/800 on cassette, some of them are for the Commodore 64. And all of them were games I did not have in the collection, so this was like a very big win for me. I was very excited. Several vendors on the floor were promoting their new retro-themed magazines, and you see one of them here. And this is kind of the perfect place for these publishers to get new subscribers. This is their audience, and so this was just their latest magazine. I thought I'd show it off here, so if you're interested, definitely check it out. And then check this out, I met Kevin Bayless. He is an original artist that used to work at Rare. He did the artwork for Battletoads as well as Diddy Kong Racing and a ton more. He's also working on a new game called Salamandos. You see the t-shirt that I got for that game right here. Just a super nice dude. He gave me this original piece of artwork here that he made, and yeah, I love hanging with him and also his friends, so that was definitely a good time. And so that's my trip to Milwaukee, Wisconsin for the 2022 Midwest Gaming Classic Expo. And as you guys can see, I had a great time. I always do. I mean, what's not to love here, right? It's video games, it's music, it's meeting people, it's travel. So good. And again, I want to give a huge shout out to Chris and his YouTube channel, Game Dad Show. Definitely check it out. He's an awesome guy. I had so much fun hanging out with that dude. And also, I want to thank everybody who came up and fist bumped me, shook my hand, took a photo with me. Man, I could feel the love. You guys were so excited for me and my friends to be there, and I felt very welcome. I had a fantastic time at your expo in your city. And I would definitely come back to this expo anytime that they ask. And so thank you very much, guys, for watching. Thank you for subscribing, and take care.
Military of the New Ops.
Almost talking detail. Hey guys, Metal Jesus here, and I'm back with another travel video. This time we're going down to Portland, Oregon for the epic Portland Retro Gaming Expo. Last year's show was probably one of the best ever, so I'm excited to go down with my buddy Roger Master Paul and my wife Rebecca. This year I'm very excited to check out 4 things. The first one being the Mod Retro N64 closed system is playable there, as well as the Vectrex Mini, also the Television Sprint, and there is going to be a special reunion of the Legends of Sierra Online, which I hosted. But beyond that, there's also an exhibit dedicated to full motion video games, as well as you got all the vendors and arcade machines you could possibly want. And at the end of this video, I'm going to share everything I picked up. Let's take a look. Paul, I thought you were going to bring the cool car.
I did.
What?
Yeah, I brought the really cool one.
You know why you didn't bring the other one? Because the other one leaks in the rain, doesn't it?
I can either
What have we been doing here? Supermarket mackerel shootout. So we've got a Foster mackerel and sweet Thai chili sauce. We've got Nixie. Am I saying that right? mix by a little maggi fillets in mild chili sauce. So I think this is a pretty like-for-like comparison. You know, King Oscar is kind of everywhere. Nixon is the most fan. Let's see how they compare, right? Let's take a look around the cans. We traded in sort of a weird photograph, sort of illustration here, I guess. Wild cod. With all the really good information on the back. The King Oscars are canned in Poland, whereas the Nixies are canned in Denmark. People are both looking at Scoundrels. You know, I think this is the same kind of fish. And then let's see the ingredients. Okay, Kato's got sugar, water, spirit vinegar, garlic puree, soybean oil, salt, red chili puree, red bell pepper, chili flakes, xanthan gum, paprika flavoring. Okay, remember all that. Whereas the Nixies got mackerel fillets, water, tomato paste, sugar, spirit vinegar, salt, ground chili pepper, star anise, nutmeg, cinnamon, paprika, coriander, fenugreek seeds, cumin, turmeric, garlic, pepper, fennel, cloves, caraway, ginger, allspice, bitter orange peel. So, kind of a different recipe, okay? But I don't know, they can't do the same thing, right? That's crazy. Let's just open them both up, right? Just take a look. Kato first. Oh man, what a nice, I forgot how saying these are open. And if I remember correctly, they're not that spicy, but I just like the red color and see the red pepper flakes all over. It's nice. Ooh. So, right away, way more tomato-y, I think. Yeah. Alright. See this? Can you just take that little dump the tomato. Yeah, thumbs up. Potatoes on top, alright? Dump the Nixie. Nixie's on the bottom, alright? So these kind of look like the same sort of bottom, you know? The fish kind of looks the same. A little chickeny, tomato-y, yeah? A little spice. Come on. This one's a little gravier. You know, the absence of the tomato as well. Perhaps a more tender fish. Just between these two cans. I think I'm going to go ahead and call this potato still kind of weird. It just really perfectly kind of fits into that like fast food invention Asian salad. Like I feel like this would be right on top of something like that, you know? Or right on top of even your salad. Whereas the Nixie doesn't really want to be there. The same way, though, I can really imagine the Nixie on some bread, late night sandwich style. Very satisfying, you know, not rubbery chewing, but you know, I don't know, maybe you do want to be able to chew something for a minute so you feel like you ate something, you know? I mean, I'm not making a comparison saying that potatoes are like truly quality tap. Maybe with these formulations are like that one form of fish. I really like this recipe for kale. It's It's mackerel. I wonder how this does. Now we got like a mackerel shortage. So this is kind of the reason why mackerel is on my mind. Because I'm pretty sure they're slowing down fishing. Yeah, which is sad. And hoping mackerel will come. It really is terrifying. Think about it. What's the future going to be like? Are we going to be able to enjoy all these fish? Are we over-enjoying them right now? I don't know. I hate to feel like I'm partying with the expense of successive generations. You know, I don't have children of my own. Children are human beings too. They deserve to experience the bounty of Earth's oceans. What am I talking about? Gosh. Well, these ones are pretty good. I just started rapping about children being the future. Yeah, you know what, K.O.? Still a big boy on the scene, right? You know, it's kind of hard to deal with all the cool things that they're able to try to do. I think this is also like a similarly high quality fish for something you just find right at the store. But yeah, for me, my cover, I think it was really potatoes. So I don't know, shoot. We'll probably got a few other recipes that are mackerel. So maybe I'll go by the new noodle that we have in Park Slope here and try to find it. Yeah, we'll try the rest of it. Yeah. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Canned fish miles is brought to you today by the order of, as in photo. Fantastic Portuguese Bacalhau assado with garlic and olive oil. What's bacalhau? Bacalhau is like a dry cod, dry salted cod they make in Portugal, I guess. It looks kind of rugged. You can store it for a year and you take it out, boil it, and make fish dishes out of it. But they've done that and put them in the can for us to eat at our convenience. My buddy Zen, he had some business in Lisbon, so he picked me up a couple of tins. Thank you so much, Zen. Zen's a pinball buddy. And this is a couple of days ago. I mean, this is just kind of perfect random. I mean, nice bar. Even it's funny. I don't know what it is, but you see the cans decorated, and you will see of Lisbon town here. It's kind of like a picture of the city. It's not very realistic drawing. I don't think that's a word. You gotta remember, we're trapped. You know? Yeah. So we got more of this kind of scene. These terracotta roofs. Is that you see that in Europe? Okay, what's on the back? Cities collection. Okay, so this is sort of like a souvenir kind of situation. Roasted cod, onion, garlic, salt, there's olive oil, palm Portugal, fats. Not much here. Let's try it. I love the tabs. I feel like I paid fantastic for the Portuguese sardines. So much. But like some more cans. Sure. Look at this. I mean, goddamn, it looks good, man. It's all in bits and pieces here, so I'm not gonna really play fish like we do. We should put that picture on the tabs. It smells beautiful in there. Oh. I wonder how salty this is going to be. It looks like it was good. It was in the spots. Some charred, right? And they're kind of hanging out with sort of expecting on the street. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I have had a product like this from Bella. This is like really similar. Though I don't think Bella's is good. Got some bones here. Just chew them up. Yeah. They can be eaten. It's not too salty. It doesn't seem salty. I can tell there's salt in it, but I think the deal with this is that you put it in a real food, you know, and it's kind of sturdy. Like fresh cod, you know, you throw it in something and whether it's stir fried or something, it kind of gets all mushed up and stuff. This stuff might stand up to some zipping around in the water or something, right? You know what? Let me try to make fried rice. I need enough of it. You know, I'm not going to make you watch me eat this thing. Let's try some fried rice. See what we can. Yeah. Some other flavors I could have definitely thrown in there, but I don't have much around the house. We do a lot of cooking over the weekend, and all the ingredients are done, you know? This is super good. You can throw that in there. Yeah. This needs onions. Onion is the main thing that I'll have right now. Yeah. I think this is like a great use for a can of fat flour. Yeah. I'm going to do this in private. The rest of y'all have a great day. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye.
Hey, hello, Patreon wall of heroes. Yes, Patreon's the place where you can get lots of additional content of mostly the same thing, me talking about organic fish, except there's more editing. So there's a lot of extra me talking to myself about behind the scenes of making canned fish bites. And I'll tell you straight, it's crucial support for the channel. Anyway, here's a brand new Fishy Creek with a big list of names. Ryan Breaker. Thanks, Ryan, and thanks to all the Patreon people, and also the diehards that just want to stare at my cats. You guys are super cool, okay? Bye. Come on, man. What are we even doing here? Sea tails, pilchards, sardines, with chili. I got these at Walmart a little while ago. These are the farthest in I could find. They have these in supermarkets all over the place. I could get them around here. I've never tried them before because I got lots of sardines. But why am I being so negative? I think they're going to be great. Yeah. And that. You go around and it's interesting. We got like a picture of this guy here, so it's just like Cornwall, UK, David Crew, and you're like, let's create a little story about ostensibly some fishermen that catches these fish or whatever. They're pretty upfront about things. They're telling you what the species is, which is, I think you have to do that in the EU, and you don't really have to do that here. Catch method, sure. FAO 27 is where it was caught. Of course, that's a huge place. Sub-area 7E and 7F, that's consistent with the Cornwall thing. However, these are produced in Portugal, so I think this is bought over there in Canada. Whatever. Facts. The other interesting thing about this can is, to look like, on the side, it's like, there's like a quote here. It's like, we want everyone to be able to enjoy the So Bart is like sort of a self-made celebrity chef, right? I wouldn't call him a celebrity, but he's definitely like got like a YouTube channel that like went somewhere. It's all like fish dishes and stuff, and he's written some cookbooks. And yeah, I guess he probably founded Sea Tales, Fish Tales. Fish Tales is what it's called in Europe. Sea Tales is what it's called over here. Fish Tales is a really good food machine that I enjoy. Yeah, but like, I don't know how he really fits in the mix. I mean, he seems like a credible chef, but I don't know what it takes to found a sardine company, right? I mean, is that something I could do? No, I don't know. Okay, anyway, let's on this thing. Look at all this crap. Something else. Pretty hungry. Okay, we've got like a straight pool here. Yeah, why don't we do all of these right out of the can? Ooh, yes, you can. Pepper on top. Yeah, can you see? Not the prettiest looking fish, but they're kind of really usually, so it's not like the rest are in beautiful silver valleys that would be a little prettier. That's okay. Scale filter test. But this is on par with a supermarket sardine, you know, it's come up, easy, you know, no, that's just back to the next. Casey, yeah, I'm gonna farm. This isn't the prettiest, but you know, not the ugliest Portuguese sardines I've seen by a long shot. Nice firm spotting. I love sardines. Okay, let's get we just got what we've got, man. Alright. Look. My wife prefers this like Martin's potato bread. It is what it is. We buy sticky peanut butter. Why? Oh yeah, why am I making a sardine peanut butter sandwich? Because it's radical. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I just think it goes. And like, I made a video featuring peanut butter and sardines previously, and I thought it was so good. I thought, first of all, I thought it tasted good, and then I thought, like, you know, I want people to try this. I want this to catch on. Well, I don't know. The video didn't do so hot. Flattened out. Right? I'm hoping it's going to be so. In here. Cool. And some of the scales off my fingers. Oh my god, you're looking at the thumbnail right here, huh? Gross. Some chili crisp from Virginia. Given by my buddy Drew. Yeah. This looks pretty good. I don't know. Lots of crunchy stuff. I think this is cool. son, freaking yeah. Son of a freaking gun. Oh, genius, man. Oh. Oh, the garlic. That was on the Patreon. Wow. This show is supported by Patreon Biz. And here's some of the new ones that I'd like to shout out. Among the top dogs, reviews listeners, Captain Goose, Diego, Jonathan, 86, and new fishy freaks are Colin Jones, Dylan Oates, and Silver Sway Girl, and Greg Bode. Thanks, back to the show. Guys, I'm not joking. This is the best ding sandwich I've eaten in a long time. It's got everything. It's crazy. I think it's perfect. I think it's perfect because like you start going squirting Kiki mayo on this or something. That's too much. It's too rich. I think this is just right. Oh my god, you gotta try it. I'm not crazy. Okay? Okay? Thanks for watching. See you next time. Hey, by the way, I know it was a little while ago, but we got to 100,000 subs. And once some point I said I would look at you if I ever got to 150. But see, back then, I didn't think it would ever get there. So that's plausible deniability. So I'm not going to get the cat food, but I am taking this opportunity to thank all of you for watching my videos. I sure means a lot. Here's to our fishy future video. What are you going to do in here? Well, I got my order from Rainbow Tomatoes just a couple of days ago, and I thought, I make one of these low effort videos where I open up the box and show you what I got. And we'll see what's to come, or what might not be to come. Rainbow Tomatoes garden stuff that we get. Now that I've eaten so many small goods. Okay, very excited about that. All about new concerts. Starting minutes, starting nuts. Nuts. Oh, this is Wildford Canyon. We just had to do that. It's so good. And this is in cooperation with Wildford Foods. We got some octopus that we haven't tried. We got some way more octopus. They're not holding out on way more. I don't know why. It's just like, it's expensive. So until I have an idea about like how I want to do the food, sort of go on. But it's so good, right? Oh, and then this scout, we have the lobster, and now we have 5-year trout with dill. I saw so many people go on the subreddit, and I was super jealous. So we're gonna see how this goes. It's good. It's awesome. It's a mix of distance. let's take a look in these newspaper guys, huh? Oh yeah, more of these. I can make sure to stop by. These are party flying pretty lights. That's not I mean, that's something we want. Yeah, so these are kind of like sliced up and then soy sauce and stuff. Yeah, super good. That's just something that we like. Got these Japanese things. They're like really cool. I really like that. Okay, here's these new food. But they what's this? This looks like a known inbox. Yes. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. Oh, it's King Oscar. The award selections, and these are massively recommended bottles. So I think that's fine. All of the spicy ones that you saw, I haven't snuck in yet. just want to be able to recommend them or not recommend them and know what I'm talking about. Or know that especially now that I've got more small sardine experience. Special thanks to Ronnie Bishadi who came up with the idea for eating the Espanola fish in the spoon. Great idea, great fun, gotta try it. Just goes to show a real brave trust in the comment section. Anyway, if you don't want to miss the openings, any of these special cans, subscribe, of course. If you really want to see what these cans soon, make a case for it in the comments, okay? Bye. What are we even doing here? Yeah, okay. So it seems like Patagonia Provisions decided to send me a box of free samples. They saw my review of their mackerel and they said, Matt, we'd like to give you a second chance, okay? I said, oh, okay, yeah, I'll do better next time. Just please send me a big, heavy box full of everything you make. And it looks like they've come through, right? So, let's open this guy up. And, see what's inside, right? This box has been used before, okay? Paper. Look at all this. Okay, so it looks like we've got a little postcard. Matthew, here is a little bit of all of our seafood. Is it a little bit or is it all of it? Also including some non-seafood. I hope you enjoy it. That's Danny. Thanks, Danny. Thanks, Danny. Really do appreciate it. Look at this pretty picture of this, what is he? Is he a mackerel? I don't know. All of a sudden, I just got super excited. So first of all, we got some, crackers. These are wet food crackers? Yeah. Okay, so Patagonia Provisions, any crackers? Sure. Done. We got some stickers. It says Patagonia Provisions Reef Net Fishing. I wonder what reef net fishing means. They look what they're doing here. I don't know. Yeah, this is probably, this is a good way to fish, you know? Like, I don't see any dolphins caught in these nets here, right? Is that the idea? Some more crackers. Oh, man. I'm going to like these crackers, right? Some those crackers. Breadfruit crackers. These are all different flavors. I like crackers, but I try not to get into them because I'll just eat them all and it's a bad sin. This the thing with Patagonia that we're going to notice is they just, I mean, every inch of the box is, why this? Why that? This is the best because, like, thanks to Dr. Diane Ragone, director of the Breadfruit Institute at the National Tropical Botanical Garden, like, are our taxes paying for this stuff? I don't even know, man. And then here we go. Chili mix. Huh? This isn't fish, guys. Organic spicy red bean chili. I think I just add this with water and other things that I want, and it makes chili. Huh. You probably make a little feast when we go camping with this chili, right? I think that's the idea of some of this food. Is, it's like camp food, right? Because that's their whole Patagonia is all outdoorsy stuff. And then what do we got? Organic savory grains, mushroom and kamut, fluorescent carb. God, well, there's words I've never even seen before on here. Okay, I'm sure I'm going to enjoy and appreciate this stuff, but it is just way beyond the scope of the canned fish files. Now, I know a lot of you watching, you're just fish freaks. You just want to see what's on the inside of these cans. And you don't care about weird sea. But then a lot of you are also, like, foodies, and you are like, now that you mentioned mushroom and kamut, like, that sounds great. Okay, this is what we came for. Smoked mussels. Yeah. Lemon maple mackerel. We tried this stuff. It's delicious. More lemon herb mussels, lemon olive, Spanish white anchovies, smoked mackerel in olive oil, chimichurri spice blend. Is this how you make chimichurri sauce? Oh my god, you gotta read to find out. I don't come off like some guy who doesn't like to read. Like, I've read a lot in life. Obviously. But, I don't know. Mussels. Yeah, these mussels. Yeah. Mussels is the first thing I knew about, right? Because Slater Roney reviewed the mussels and he had a good time. I think I got like, okay, let's organize things, right? So I got like lemon herb, roasted garlic, lemon herb mussels, sofrito mussels, smoked mussels, lemon herb mackerel, roasted garlic mackerel, smoked mackerel, okay, Spanish white anchovies in olive oil, okay, lemon olive, yeah, Spanish white anchovies in extra virgin olive oil, roasted garlic powder. And then gosh, I feel like that's the right way to pronounce it, but it feels wrong. Patagonia founder Yvon Chouinard. This is tough, man. Tasted this stuff in '67 while camping with gauchos in Patagonia. I know the word gaucho from Steely Dan. Who is the gaucho amigo? Why is he standing there in his Spanish paprika mackerel? So yeah, like by the numbers, 4 different kinds of mackerel, 3 different kinds of smoked mussels, anchovies. This is Christmas. Not for nothing, this is like kind of a haul here, right? Net. Black pepper, wild pink salmon. Now, I gotta confess to you guys, I did something and I didn't tell you about it. I tried this stuff. I went to the camping store and I bought some of this stuff for my camping trips that I was going on recently. And me and my buddy, we tried this. We like heated it up, in a little old, titanium camp stove over fire, right? And my God, is this crap to die for? And how much does this cost? It's not cheap. There's like two fillets in here, and you could put this on a plate and pretend like you cooked it and like I'm Mr. Gourmet or whatever, and like it would be like, yeah, somebody's gonna get that nookie tonight, right? I'm not sure how things work in your house. It's not how things work in my house. Okay. And then we got a bunch of stickers that are cool. I don't know. I love stickers, but I don't know the glue with them. ReefNet. We go on about ReefNet. Eat the bait. I understand the eat the bait thing that says like, hey man, instead of using anchovies to catch big fish that are like, not so good for us to catch so many of, why don't we just eat these anchovies since, they reproduce like rabbits. I don't even know what I'm gonna do. Okay, look, let's open up a thing of mackerel, right? We're not gonna review this. We're just gonna look at mackerel. I was like, should I open up the anchovies? And I was like, I'm so lazy about doing the another fish conquer thing that I don't want to do this. Okay? That's it. It's a good display. You guys will sort of see a little bit of how the sausage fits in here. Okay? And look, we got this, they got a magazine, alright? Patagonia Provisions, it says 2020, 2020 was a rough year for these guys. So, like, Patagonia, they're all about, like, it's all about the whole vibe of the thing, There's a lot of, like, oh, yeah, this delicious redness coming out of here. Good. Yeah, it's hard for me to like really get into it. Like it seems very earnest, this whole like, hey, being outside and environmentalism go hand in hand. And like, if I had some big company, like I hope I would do it the way that they seem to be doing it. And it's hard for me to not be like insufferable hipster about stuff and just be like, yeah, like when somebody's being really earnest about like, yeah man, we're trying to do it the best way. Like to me, like I just wanna just make fun of them and stuff, but you get to a point where you sort of you get tired of living in a world where people are trying to destroy it, so whatever. Let's just try some cat. Oh yeah, this is what you want to see. I've been waiting to open up some fish and have it just be like red as all get out all over. Now, for some reason this doesn't seem as tender as, I'm reviewing fish now. Whoops. I was going to say, it didn't seem as tender as that lemon pepper mackerel I had. Maybe it is. And it's just texture-wise, it's like it's a whole different thing from that Trader Joe's stuff. It seems like the same size fish and all. Pretty good. So we opened up this magazine, and look, this little kid is eating too, right? I'm eating, they're eating. Yeah. Where are they? Somebody commented on my other Patagonia video. Do you even know where Patagonia is? I was like, oh, it's a place? Yeah, like I think it's like some mountain range or some area or something. I don't know. man. This is all to sell their food. Look at these boys. They're having these mussels, right? I don't know. Patagonia looks like it's so easy to it. Hey. Okay, so these guys camping. I guess I'm gonna set this next to the commode at some point and see if I learn something. Look, here's a map. This is a map of where they source a lot of their stuff up there. So you've got Willamette Valley, Oregon, which is the place that you go to in Oregon Trail, and that's where they get pumpkin seeds. I have not really encountered any pumpkin seeds in this mess, but whatever. Gosh, they've gone such trouble, right? To this is all about the soil of. I mean, I don't, it's like, do I feel better eating stuff? Like, yeah, I guess I do. I mean, I just want to know that it was done sustainably. Maybe I don't really care about the details. Like, I just kind of like, hey, you take care of it, please. You know, oh, is this an extra 30 cents for you to just take care of it and I don't have to feel like a jerk for eating it? Yeah. What this guy's doing? I have no idea what he's even doing here. Like, these are plants, and you say, man, that's not what they just do all the time. This is what, you see media, and people are prepared, they've like thought about what they're going to see. This is like really what goes through some doofus's mind when he flips on the magazine. What is all this? This is like some real National Geographic business. So this guy, he's wearing some sneakers and he's jumping over some deer fence. Now paprika, I think I know what that's supposed to taste like. Whatever else they put in here, it ain't spicy. This isn't spicy. I got excited because it was red. Pretty good. I sort of wanted to red some Esplanade sauce, but I kind of got my hands full. Okay, what else are we looking at? I feel like we're doing a damn Patagonia commercial right now. So weird, they send me like $100 worth of food here. I don't know. I guess they make, it says 2020, so I guess the idea is that they make one of these sort of annuals every day or every year, and they kind of keep it updated or whatever. Maybe they change the articles and switch out the pictures. Oh yeah, that's what you would do with different editions of magazine. So here we go. Look at this boat. So they're out looking for mackerel. I mean, what the heck is this? What are these little slippy slides for fish? Who knows? Oh yeah. Look at these fish. Look how beautiful this is. This is a great picture. I mean, I know I can just go online and see a picture like this anytime I want to, but for a fellow that's kind of getting there like myself, there's something about the printed matter here, you know? And this is a pretty high quality Squealy here too, you know? Okay, this is like what I'm having right now. This is exactly what I'm having. Yeah. Eat the bait. I think this is sort of, we're getting to the crux of it here, huh? Okay, we're gonna go faster, a little faster. So this is, they fish it with this tiny thread. So they don't use regular bait, they use this thread, and it looks like a little itty bitty crustacean, the mackerel anyway. That's how stupid fish are, and that's why I don't feel bad for eating them. Feeding the gut microbiome, that's something I'm pretty passionate about, right? Love eating my natto. Look at this, y'all. This is like, you put this on the canned fish subreddit, and you get a bunch of upvotes. People are like, You cook something? La la la. This guy. All in his mouth. Okay. Look, this guy. It's like candy. Fun. Yeah, thank you so much for sending me all this stuff. I know I come off jerk, but I really enjoy this. I'm enjoying this mackerel, man. It's a lot of fun. Can't wait to try these mussels and stuff. We'll get around to it. We got so much stuff to do. I still got so much of my stuff from my Rainbow Tomato Gardens order. I got this Cole's smoked rainbow trout jalapeno ones. Everybody says like, oh, these are the best. I actually tried this stuff camping before, and it's like super good. This stuff is so expensive to ship, and it really wasn't that expensive itself. Some other little sardines. I heard somebody named Titus enjoys watching my videos. Waiting calamari. Like, how can I have this stuff in my house and not freaking eat it? What am I waiting for? What's going on? Anyway, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. fun because you thought it was high school. You think it was really nice. So look at these kind of little pieces, huh? So we got like some money hanging around. Maybe it's this soft. Seaweed that I can see. Yeah. But it's not red like I thought it would be. It's kind of green. Oh man. This really would be good on some fish. They're not good. Sometimes I feel like you put like the fish on the bread and suddenly just the texture of the bread kind of overwhelms the fish and there's just not enough room in your mouth to really make everything happen together and the pilot of the fish. This is definitely splatter for the liver. Jigs will take calories to survive in these kind of food habits. You know? Well, while you're running, it's so simple. Just a perfect texture of these things. It's really like you get a little bit of resistance and it flakes apart. Yeah. A couple of different textures for the meat, it changes from the edge to the inside. Can you see me better like this? I dump it all out, but I want to have this pool of butter. You better believe that when I touch the fingers off, we're going to have a piece of bread. Soft as stuff. I don't have any sour cream. That's what I got, But you just love serious dumb kid and have a good time. Anyway, this YouTube channel is supported by people just like you. Our partner in this is a website called Patreon. It is what it sounds like. It's a straightforward way to pitching all of the parts or some good old-fashioned YouTube anyway. There's no other way to say this channel would be awesome. All of the including newly joined members of the Fishing Freaks tier, Barbecue Hernandez, Daniel Lugo. Daniel is an operating member. I really appreciate the testimony. Next is Julia, Fred Ferris, and Jordan Rivera. These are you for the Fishing Freaks. Thanks again at Fishing. Just the right amount for you to do. A little bit more, and I start to pay over. Or I'd start wishing that something else would happen, right? You start thinking, maybe your whole day wanders in or something. It's so very easy. Holy crap. I wish I had, 130 vehicles. It's not cheap. It's like, it translates to $10 US. There's like retail sites that you can go to where they're selling stuff that looks like they're on shipping. Or perhaps it can be. That's what it's honest. That the guy that got it from last time was guilty of stuff. Yeah, somewhere. I gotta come up with this. Alright, thanks Drew. Yeah, sisters. Man, I don't think So, you can get it? Yeah. Alright, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. And just one more plug for the Patreon. There's a new video on your future with another brand of Crunch. For all who love the Ricky Lake, or whether or not you're ready for a hate break. Chloe's doing here, freezing back into it because this is a new place, so I don't want to like get into some kind of like major review or anything. I have a little fun because it's Christmas Eve, and I have my own Feast of the Seven Fishes. Now, like, Feast of the Seven Fishes is like, as far as I know, some kind of Italian-American thing, and it's just a Christmas tradition. Like, you're not going to eat any real meat on Christmas Eve. So the good old Italian-Americans, they found a loophole, right? This fish isn't real meat. Yeah, it's not. I think it is. So, I know that I'm cheating God, but, whatever. So anyway, I'm just gonna like, open up some tins and have some fun, you know? I'm not gonna bust anybody's balls. I'm gonna start out with some flavors here. These Patagonia anchovies, so like the roasted garlic kind. I love them. I've been eating these almost every day for months. Very food and Christmas. Man, really good. I'm selling these anchovies. They were so consistent. Every can really identical. These anchovies got this like cool firmness. You got your own flavor, they're very distinct from sardines. I just don't, I feel like I know, these are my daily life. Every time they go on sale, I buy a few of them. I keep in my house. Okay. Cool. Fish number one out there. Now, these are some, what do we got? Oysters, right? And I got these from Japan, off some website. And I got some other stuff with these oysters. I was like, no, I just want to see if they're good as other oysters I've had in Japan or whatever. And everything's in Japanese. I see this thing that says www.consumer.jp. So maybe that's where to get some information on this. New box. Spooky box. And I thought I wanted to pick out some oysters because this Feast of the Seven Fishes, you can put mussels and oysters and shrimp. And then they have like real recipes that are traditional things. Oysters I had was habanero recons. Those are really good. Wow, for just a totally naked oyster. I mean, they got some salt and whatever. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what they're packing. Like, this is some kind of oil. This might just be like a brine. And that's about the most inoffensive and easiest oyster. You know what I mean? I know what's happening. I'm not afraid of stuff that winds up in my mouth. I'll eat some food, right? I'll eat some nuts. You know that thing where you like, you put a
And then you do 1-2 punch here. Pull off that ancillary. Yeah. Alright. Third, so we do this hot fish. Wow, hot. This is Nostia, I don't know. This is like that mail order joint that they were advertising a lot for a little while. Now I haven't heard from them for a little while. I have their Steel and Pink for one of my videos, right? And these were sent to me by your viewers. Thank you. And a long time ago. Maybe next year now. And let's get into it. So this is codfish in this cane sauce. Yeah, it's just like codfish tomato, olive oil, onions, roast celery, peppers, salt, spices. This cane sauce. God, is that? It is what it is. Maybe this is like, this thing, the bay of this thing. Maybe this is like a regional thing around there. When you place, you throw a box and you just don't know where it's going. Recipes they got. It's like a secret codfish. This is pretty well stuck to the pot. And the cod meat is, it's not exactly like it's a little, let's see if we can, if I take a piece of this out, and disassemble it. You see, okay, this is sort of how this fish is constructed. And it really does feel like this game sauce or whatever has been cooked. Yes. You know what's going on here. I would be I've been doing a little mansplaining. Who is it? As a matter of fact, I especially kind of like things. Also, particularly delicate piece. Also on this side. Sardine, all streaming
Honestly, yeah. Pomodoro up the front, sweet on that. It's just like spicy tomato sauce. And these are Italian sardines. And these are sent to me by some nice folks that sell these things. And I'm going to put some information in the box that identify the top. I'm going to do like a real review on their olive oil and spicy olive oil kinds of these. And I just thought I'd pull these out of the pot. Just to get it. Huh? Yeah. There you go. Oh, yeah. Look at this oil coming out of there. I'm kind of saving the beans for last, dude. Yeah, some bean boys. You know, I love tomato sauce sardines, but the spiciness really helps it, and also it's been warmed up by the Biscayne sauce, and also I think these are pretty dang good. Yeah, these sardines are delicious too. These are some kind of medium-sized butchers, I guess, yeah. And, Can you open up for us? These guys have been staying on the inside of the sauce, so it's kind of hard to really see what's going on. They're good. I mean, there's a lot going on. I tasted a lot of things. Apart from the way that describe the taste. Yeah, we'll do the in-depth on past here. Let's see. Let's go on. Now, I never heard of this a couple of years ago. I've been up here in New York. Certainly never think about growing up in South Carolina. There's no Italian. There's no heart. Well, this one was pretty focused, but, you know, I thought we'd just enjoy some time together, you know? I didn't want to record my first video back from my break and have it be, just a run-of-the-mill sardine. So I wanted it to be quality for you guys sardine films. Well, Merry Christmas, you guys. Happy New Year. Happy Kwanzaa. What do we got? How do they say it on TV? Merry Christmas to all. Good night. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for watching. Let's see you next time. Bye-bye. American smoking home. That's why both American service, American smoke deal. There's deals in America. Your farm raised by some alcohol. They're thinking of you do just the best way to do it. And then you give those deals to the Canadian service, and you smoke the deals and you put them in this can. It seems pretty simple, but it must be a costly process. This is a $40 can. And I actually declined to purchase it for myself. Somebody smarter said, you know what, Matt's got to get this can so you can let him eat it. That makes no sense. So they purchased it for me by a Dean Graham on Rainbow Tomatoes Garden. I'll put the unit right here. It says, thanks from a fan. So, everybody, let's try it out. Let's try it out. Enough like let's get back. So we got sort of real shape in your pieces here. So this is a super delicate and it's like flattened around on top. So ordinarily if it's for your video, I would take like a little sticker on my head and I would put it on certain eel here to signify that I can conquer eel as a fish that I can eat in my review videos. Now, there's no eel here, and Dan over Rainbow Tomatoes Garden.com nice poster says that they're going to create a new edition of eel, so all will be like good. Now, the real reason why I'm taking this break here is I just want to say that during editing this video, I realized that the American eel in Ginoris Strata is very, very interesting. And I would encourage you guys to watch this video. And even after you watch it, go back and check out some of these presentations about because, you know, it's neat stuff. It's soft, it's gooey. Gosh, I'm really like that. Wow, really delicate, comes all apart. You know, it kind of reminds me a little bit of that smoke here, but it's a much lighter. Yeah. It's honestly, it's like how many times have I had, you know, this kind of fish, but not like teriyaki style, you know, with the sweet sauce, just sort of bland and tolerable. This is probably the first time. It's still kind of sweet. It's still kind of that, like, you know, I think they describe it as being kind of like baby, you know. This is really good. This is that was really good. Yeah, watch my channel. This is really going to impress me. So you want to share it with someone. I want to just leave it on YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of salty. Dan wanted to be a little salty. So he said, hey man, maybe you want to cut that with a little cream cheese to make it like kind of fun. I said, you know what, that's a good idea. So I went out and I got some Philadelphia cream cheese. This is whipped style. It's not really that fancy, right? And I'm just gonna just do the dumbest thing. And swear. That's not good. Come on, buddy. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. That is cool. I should have gotten some crackers or something, but whatever. You know, crackers. You know what? I get all this stuff. You know, I'm really all that's cool. That's cool. So, yeah. Eels are scary, man. I'll tell you what, the main thing that I'm afraid of is snakes. And I'm pretty good company. Indiana Jones does not like snakes. Even Geyser is not really into snakes. I'm curious about them. I like thinking about them. But I like knowing about them. There's something about it that makes me wish that this had a little bit more body. You know, like the pieces are very thin, so you kind of want to just like, you kind of want to get in there and be like, chop, 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 chop. You know, it just disintegrates in your mouth. I thought it was like really smoked it. Now it's really sturdy. It's almost the same texture. Except for the dirt edge as the real product. You know, it's rocky. Oh, man. Yeah, when I go to the zoo, and I look at snakes in their little habitats, I stand like 4 or 5 feet away from the grass. And it's just like what if this grizzly trash bags? A snake who jumps out at me or something. He's got hands. And he might bite me in the face, but this is that's just hands. Just like hands. Oh man. Is that quite a lot? I got a double up. I got this piece. Totally cool. Yeah, so you can open this up and share it with some friends. And there's actually not everybody having this. Like you could have a dozen people. You know, you look at something up, or not everybody's going to try. You know, I'll try. You know, one guy's like really into it. He has like 4 or 5 something. But I don't want to share it. Because I'm bad. Okay, all right. It's time to, like, say things towards the end of the video. $40. This is another one of those things like our doing cattle's kind of expensive. Some of this really more stuff where it's just a lot. And you're just thinking, well, versus I open up a 12-hour can of senior or, some smoked salmon, some nice sardines versus this. Just in terms of the value of experience, yeah, $3 is too much. Yeah. But it's one of these things where it's like it's a singular experience. I don't know where else to do this. I don't know where to find some fresh water. Yeah, it's just being in source. I don't know. So, service allows us to gather the kinds of experiences, and you just gotta take it. You know what? If it's within your budget and it's within your interest, you just gotta try it. Why aren't you gonna try it? You don't wanna sit around and think about this stuff. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. What have we been doing here? Well, at long last, it's the finale of the canned fish at Trader Joe's. I've eaten 5 cans for this morning, as on the previous 2 episodes, and today I'm eating the final 2 cans I was able to get, and at the end, I'm going to review all 7 cans in sort of a tier list, so stay tuned, okay? Up first, we got Trader Joe's Wild Caught Unsalted Sardines in Spring Water. Now, we don't do a lot of sardines in spring water because they're kind of boring, or they're not seasoned a lot, so they're not super tasty. They're kind of like what I consider to be like muscle man protein food, like just guys that want to gobble a lot of fish, but whatever. Oh, okay. So I sort of thought these were going to be scrapped, but it looks like they're filters. These are similar to the filters that we had in all of them from Trader Joe's. Real soft. Okay. Yeah, they're kind of soft. It's cool if they break apart, but then I don't want them to feel like soft. These are the same filters as the all ones. Yeah, they're okay. They're no fun. They taste alright. I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to say they're mushy, but they're a little mushy, huh? They broke apart so easy. You already see what's going on inside. I'm so hungry. We're doing these before we do an herring because herring is probably a lot of flavor. I don't want the flavor of herring. I want to explore the sardines here. So we see inside. Yeah. Spine check. Meat check. These are really like mush them up and put them on toast sardines. I don't know, but then you're talking about adding your own hot sauce, sprinkling a little salt on them. I don't know, guys, this is real diet food. This is like somebody who's like, I want the omega-3s, I want the protein, I want the fat. I'm gonna go to McDonald's later, so I don't want any of the sodium. I don't know. That's admirable. Not the McDonald's part. Yeah. Eating straight, keeping fit. I like to hear when people are doing that. Alright, whatever. They are what they are. On to the next one. Trader Joe's Interfilets Wild Caught Smoked and Canola Oil and Juices. Okay. Juices. I don't know. You don't hear juices every day. You don't put that right on the can. I like juice. I like juices. Yeah. But because they already have this pretty picture of the heron here on the street with me, so, don't worry about it, guys. It's already fun. This looks like a big thing. Oh, look! I didn't think this was going to have the skin on, man. I really didn't. I thought this was going to be more like the kipper snacks that we must have had from the Crown Prince or whoever. Look at this. Look at this. This is a whole chocolate fish. These are big. Look at this. Look at it. Take the whole fish out of here, okay? Two pieces. Put it on the plate, stir it up, just a little bit. Come on, wash it. That's just fish. This was that. Dude, I go is like, oh my god, there's no napkins. Okay. I don't have napkins. I'm too mean. How far is it napkins? I just don't like to spill all the business. Well, we need to push on the camera. Okay, so what do we got? Look at this skin, man. I mean, yeah, just like looking at skin, right? You know what? That's super tasty. Yeah. This is the best one. This is the best one from Trader Joe's. I'm just going to go ahead and spoil it for you guys. It's been weeks since I had the other fish, so I'm a little foggy on everybody, exactly how I like them and everything. And of course, my moods or my moods, how I take it. Who knows? But this is good. This is good. It's just the right kind of tender, the right kind of seasoning. This is a lot more fun than Crown Prince than eat all the time that I get this story a lot. Thank God. There hasn't really been one of these cans that was like outland. They've all been pretty utilitarian fish, and that's been my beef with the Trader Joe's stuff. It just seems like it's just there to be there for people that already like these types of fish and just need them in the diet. It doesn't seem like something that's going to entice like new people or like people that are like a little bit more into some conservative stuff and have seen some things. So I'm happy that this is kind of neat. They got the seasoning just right. The smokiness is not like out of control. The smokiness is not like, dangerous or anything. Just kind of fat contact. Really a lot more fat on some of the other cans of kipper snacks. Yeah, I think it's fun, including the skin. Absolutely, these big pieces. Just a soft and added. There's even some like flippability. This isn't just muscle and heart because I'm on squash. This is sort of some of the separation is happening in this food stuff. Yeah. Really it's not, it doesn't have the refinement of like remember when I had that Jose Gourmet smoked trout that I really like, and just sit back in excellence and say, hey buddy, I am smoked trout. you know, take me, you know, like he didn't try to reach out and do anything to you. Yeah, you can tell what it's easy to do. This is finally like reach out and do something to me. I do not mind these are in olive oil. I think it works good with the sort of flavor things they're coming up with here. You know, it's kind of a North European kind of thing. Olive oil might especially a really distinct olive oil, might pour in two weird directions. And now, the canned fish of Trader Joe's tier list. Yeah. Okay, so first I'm gonna go skinless and boneless. Yeah, these guys were fine. I think they're drier than like King Oscar, skinless and boneless. So I give these a D. Boneless, skinless mackerel. Not too tasty, but not weird and totally fun to eat. Tier D as well. The Dorade. They're kind of neat, but they were a little fishy. There's some bones, which is not something I expected, and it doesn't say like, hey man, there's bones. I'm gonna say this is tier E. And when I say tier E, I know it sounds super low. You better think, what is A tier? What is S tier? I mean, S tier is like fish that I haven't had, right? Trader Joe's farm-raised smoked trout fillets. I think this is one of the two that I kind of enjoy along with the herring. I'm going to give these a C. Yeah, C. I could see picking up a can or two of these every time and like having them over 3 weeks, but you're still going to want to complement your smoked trout diet with some fancy stuff. Unsalted sardines and spring water. I think these were kind of the mushiest of the bunch. I think they're good diet food, but otherwise, tier E. Lightly smoked sardines and olive oil. These were decent filters. They seem safe, quite edible, pretty tasty, but they were not below, say, Bella's. Definitely not below like the Murray's or what have you. Let's go tier D. And finally, the smoked herring and canola oil. Is this my favorite smoked herring that I've had? Like it could be. I really enjoy eating these. I guess these are going to be tier B. So there you have it. The tier list. Yeah. So anyway, like I've been saying, Trader Joe's, they have a pretty great reputation, house brand. I think especially in their snacks and their sweets. People always talk about how much they like those products. But their canned fish line needs some more. This herring is pretty good. Like these pilchards, I think you can have like a spicy variety, a lemon variety, and at least the quality of the fish too. Maybe where Bella's are, you'd be on to something. They're inexpensive, which is a good thing, but also I think Trader Joe's customers might not be as thrifty as Trader Joe's thinks they are. So, those are my thoughts. What do you think? Let me know in the comments. Anyway, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye. Hey guys, how you doing? I'm trying to get back on track here after a couple of really busy weeks at work. We got a lot of fun stuff coming up though, so if you made it this far in the video, please subscribe so we don't miss each other, okay? Alright.
Really must wait.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? First, we stop Sean Evans and we're watching now. It's the show How to Question How to Rules. And today we're joined by Emily Blunt. She's a Golden Globe actor and true to form on quite the run this year with the recent release of The Devil Wears Prada 2, and now you can catch her in Steven Spielberg's latest sci-fi film, Disclosure, which is set to release in theaters on June 12th. And to the show.
Thank you so much.
Any sleepless night? You're nervous.
I'm so sad.
How would you describe your relationship with spicy food?
Well, I mean, in England, we grew up eating a lot of parties, or kaza, as you say on the streets. But, I don't know. I feel like I don't want to phone the one way that I'm going to be good at this. I'm good at like yours all have money. Or yours.
Exactly the same. If you wanted to switch paddles, I'd be there.
Okay. Oh, you're there. Okay. Nice. That's what she is. Oh, that's good.
There's a scene in the movie where your character, a meteorologist on live television, has this almost jarring kind of vocal transformation and speaking in clicks and tones. How do you even approach a scene like that as an actress? That seemed like such a simpler sequence.
It was, even leading up to that moment where she starts speaking in this non-human language. It's a form of one that we shot that leads up to that moment where she's gradually sort of disintegrating. And did you hear that for a moment?
I did. I think there was something extra.
What is that? Is that like panic or is it almost like, or is it that's what she is? It is what she is. That's exactly what she said. I actually could have used this on a set just the other day. That wasn't my thing. There's various ways to do it. The AI research is terrifying. I thought I could make some really strange sounds that you've just seen. So maybe I could we just do a range of weird sounds. That's what we did. And I did see the clicking sounds, humming sounds, consonant sounds, breathing, strange sounds, and what we did was we put a microphone here and one here. And so it kind of captures it in a really weird way, and then the sound is going to create a weird sound. But as well, okay. What if my heart rate is like increasingly less people think I am actually?
Well, you talk about the imprints on the film, you know, like that's even imprint on the episode. They'll last forever. They remember full time.
Yeah. So we're going to have to stay, and I thought if we do water, it kind of spreads it around.
The chocolate chips.
That was thick. It's like a McDonald's one.
It's good shit.
That's amazing.
That's chocolate chip in a brand like mine.
It's fantastic. Okay, I'm good. That helps.
It does. Just keep it up with everything. So we had people in Shaw on the show. She talked about feeling regret on the final day of
Corners of my mouth. Yeah.
Let me know. Okay. She talked about feeling regret on the final day of a film shoot. Because it's then when she feels like she finally understands the character. Does that at all really truly do? And if so, is there a role in your career that you sometimes wish you could revisit with fresh eyes?
I have been known to like 2 months after I wrap a movie. I'm like driving the kids and I'll send them. That's how it should be. Like I'll just have this memory of a line that I didn't feel was right. And it's hard because you know when you're doing it, and some people like to watch playback. I don't really watch anything when I'm filming, so you're seeing it from the inside out. And when you first see it back at yourself, I tend to kind of hate myself apart a little bit. So maybe that's when I'm a little bit of regret. But I think that's okay. Like that's sort of how you self-correct. Like you constantly on my bullshit on that one. Look at me. Oh, my performance is good. No, I'm sure there's stuff. I wouldn't say as a whole, but there's moments and scenes that I'm so much information.
skeptical going in.
Weirdly, that was better than the hot food. Okay, and maybe because I'm kind of used to sriracha.
Every pepper's going to affect you different. It affects, the next person down the line. You might just wonder, like, all of it. Like, I've kind of become familiar with these things, just like with sriracha. Like, I'm familiar with the uncomfortable.
Okay.
I feel more comfortable.
Don't tell me how it goes.
I feel it all the same.
Okay.
I feel it all the same. Suppose like I'm just one stomach flew away from my goal weight that becomes my whole time. Do you think it's harder to make a quotable movie script these days? It's like lines from Zoolander, or Anchorman, or The Devil Wears Prada used to be baked right into the lexicon.
Yes. I also think those quotes sort of amplify with time. I think when Devil Wears Prada first came out, I think it was really funny. I think it was over time. That was immediately following. I think Aileen Rushmore writes incredibly memorable, gifable, you never know.
I would say gifable, but I think it's actually terrible.
Perfect. You covered all the grounds.
Not to encourage this kind of behavior, but do you have an all-time favorite line of yours to get quoted back at you by fans in the file?
Definitely, the one I'm happy to quote you because it was a line that I invoked is where I went, yeah, I'm hearing this, and I want to hear this. And that is done to me quite a lot. And another Black Line Season. That's fun. It tastes nice.
What's the most Tom Cruise thing we saw Tom Cruise do on the set of Edward Tomorrow?
We were doing this scene where we were in a drop ship, and we were in those massive armored suits. And when you're surrounded by Tom Cruise's enthusiasm, it kind of leads it to you, and you feel like you can't let it down by complaining about anything. It's a very powerful force kind of thing. But we were in this drop ship, it was very hot in there. My suit weighed 80 pounds, and I'm in a harness being lifted up, so the entire weight of my body and 85 pounds is on my nether regions, and I'm not feeling weight at all, wondering what you're feeling with. And I was standing there, and I can see Tom, who's ever starting to unwrap me in the bed. And he was all a bit frustrated with how long it was taking to shoot and yelling, please roll. And I just looked at him and I'm like, this sucks. And he looked at me and went, it's changed. I'm just looking at the ominous. You know what's frustrating about it? It says like, it's got all these peppers on it, but it doesn't really specify whether it is mild or hot.
Yeah, you're right. It's kind of, it's a mystery box, frankly, meaning of what we have planned for you today. Does it feel like it? I feel like you've...
Yeah, that one is probably a little hot.
And that's what we look for.
Yeah. Right, exactly. Okay.
From having a bus driving over at full speed for a quiet place due to the walls closing and caving in on you in Chicago, what's the most genuinely frightening you've ever done while shooting an action sequence?
I mean, the bus was extraordinary, but I knew that stuck in the rehearse for 2 weeks. And I knew that they would really get to us, like if the bus was going to be too close, enough. I knew that allowance was there. The most scary was doing that arrival in Mary Higgins from the France. I did 3 takes before my tolerance snapped and I was done. And Rob Marshall was also so kind of lures you into this false sense of security, and the crazy music really empowering, sort of sweeping and and they stroll away from all the speakers and he goes, okay, so you can breathe in, and then you can come down, you can straighten across. And it's just, he sells it, and then you get up there and it's like 30 feet, 40 feet, 60 feet, and I was like,
And the only thing you got, you just hope the wires are holding you.
A lot of trust, yeah.
Yeah, that's just a lot of trust that you need, and I felt like everything looked tight. And if I looked out, I was higher than trees. If I looked down, then my old man was that big. And so I just ended up hanging there waiting for him to go after me for that. But looking up at the skyline, no point of reference. But that was my scare.
Tropical. Amarillo. Oh,
Too late.
right.
Sweet. Okay. Directors have cemented their place in the imagination of movie fans, but I feel like cinematography is more of like an insider's craft. What kind of role, or how would you quantify the importance of a DP like Rodney Akins in the way that they transform the film?
Because we essentially got to break with the deepest is that wouldn't be great. I'm just going to do one of these. Okay. I think when Deacons was walking in Chicago, it was such a pleasure watching him work. I mean, when he lights, it's like you're at church, like don't look at him. Just shooting something, playing, I just don't know if it's terribly interesting for an audience. They want to know why that don't know enough about the movie shot. But they'll just feel something else watching this film with a movie and watching this guy and how Roger use the cameras and his howling, claustrophobic sort of observer. And then you feel my characters have, you feel her claustrophobia and you feel her entrapment in this situation she's in. So I think it's hugely important. I feel like my upper lip is sweating everywhere. Ooh.
At first.
Yeah. It tastes like duck pancake. Have you tasted some duck pancake? And when it comes from a little kid.
It has a build on it. But you're built for it. You like it.
I like that one.
Did you imagine someone could say,
I'm really not waiting for this. She says, joking. So kind of fun, just
oh my gosh, yes.
she's been the best.
You know, I think once a season, there's someone who comes in here and is completely unaffected and kind of walks me like a dog on my own show. I think that happens about once a season. But we've been in today.
I'm flowing.
I feel like we're flowing.
Okay.
Now, I don't want to get too far ahead of it because this next thing, you knew about it. You called out.
Yeah.
Which means someone's giving you some context.
So too many people are giving me context.
Did you reach out for advice?
Yeah, I asked my David and he said the first thing you can find in me is okay. And then he said, thank you. So that doesn't help. Should I quote my mouth?
Yeah, it's worth a try.
This does not come out possible. This is so thick. Okay, I'm very tired. Just think to this. That was a really wussy bite, but oh wow. You fucking. That's real. That's too big of a jump. It doesn't seem right.
Yeah. But you got that.
That's when you feel action. He's like, wait, you're just pretending. No, I know you are. You're trying to be really sympathetic.
I'm really not. Every time, this one always hits.
Good little.
I know. I actually have both this much of them.
I feel really foolish It just tastes chemicals.
I know. You're pretty good. You're good. We call it a game on this show.
Yeah.
But you look great.
Is that what it is?
And you're doing it. You're doing it.
Oh my lord.
This is self-described cooking shows. Which food show do you think you spent the most hours of your life actually watching? Like, is Great British Bake Off number one, or are there Food Network Classic food a special place in your heart?
Asking this question, you're literally in pain.
I know, but it's the least I can do because then I'm just passing the ball over to you to answer in the same exact situation.
You can now.
Yeah, I try to look emotional. Nominal effect, but it's like,
The Great British Bake Off is my favorite food online. It makes me feel very nostalgic about England. I feel very happy when I watch it. I like the reference, I like the sense of humor. I'm okay. Wow. This doesn't quite work.
I know, it actually, anything kind of builds. You know, like it's probably worse than when you first took
And the other two are worse.
So this is me being honest because I'm a chicken wing talk show host, but one of great integrity.
Oh, like what you like.
After this one,
Yeah.
nothing is as bad. Okay, going forward. You know, like, and I actually think that it makes the next two a little bit easier because it sort of scorches the earth
Yeah.
and burns its own path, and then you have less friction from here. Right?
Shaquille O'Neal's reaction to that is one of my favorite things I've ever watched.
He apologized to Kansas.
Yeah, he apologized. It was so good. I watched it 5 times in a row. It was so wonderful.
Or that face, that.
Oh. It was great. So, yes, I do love that show. I also love Ungodly Benefit Interesting.
Yeah, you've been on that show.
Yeah.
You've been like a crash your website with your family's roasted potato
Which is really, I really have to clear up this rumor that I invented these roast potatoes. They have been named Emily's roast potatoes. Things like that. They really are fine. This is like a classic English thing that everyone cooks every single Sunday. But I don't know if America is quite gone forward with this tradition.
Because that was like a novel thing that you would have.
One of my British friends are like, I drink the beta. I was like, I know, but it comes out in this food that is super delicious. Why do you not finish it?
Well, you're in film, right? You like to have a part.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if you were just ratcheting tension, and then roll credits.
That's too much of a crescendo. It's boring.
Exactly.
You like to do non-linear stories.
Right, exactly. Right? Same with us.
You're like the Chris Nolan.
You're like you. They can't take that away.
You're like chicken Crystal. Alright. Almost there.
You're almost there. This next one is called Triple X Sausage Vibes.
That will work right with you.
Okay. Not fun, but remember the last one. I think a little bit easier.
Oh, I do not have practice. That I do not have a good vibe.
We named Jaws, Lawrence of Arabia, Gone with the Wind, Romance in the Stone as your favorites. Which film do you think you've recommended most in your life, and why is it important for you to share the gospel?
I can't believe I left off Dirty Dancing and Pretty Woman. I was trying to sound really so much okay, fair enough. George is still my favorite. I can recommend that a lot. I think a lot of people watch that movie when they watch it when they're kids. When you watch it as an adult, it takes on a whole different form of storytelling and the humanity of fear. And these 3 men who find in a boat and what their fear really means and relate to each other. And it's about outsiders, it's about having a belonging. And there's so many beautiful things that there are in all of Stephen's movies, but it's high stakes action, it's, you know, it's big scale storytelling that really has this emotional grounding, one through all of it.
feels fit. You know how I struggled to get that question out, you know? And then I hand the ball over to you. Look how eloquent you are.
Really?
Just talking about drugs. 9 ways in.
Wait, what do you do with this one? You add more? You should it. Okay. Like how much was that one?
Textbook.
Put it right to the right. Okay, it's off.
Right. The good news is, the waves of death are behind us. We conquered the hot one's gauntlet. Impressive in its own right.
Yeah.
But even more impressive is that you're consistently showing films and timeless classics across genres. So I'm curious, on this particular game, scope of course, do you have Mount Rushmore projects like your careers held by my this could change your life. We have to exactly. It's fluid. Emily taking on the wings of death, living to tell the tale, and now there's nothing left to do but roll out the red carpet for you. This camera, let the people know what you have going on in your life.
Do I totally do it to the camera?
Whatever you feel.
Oh, okay.
You nailed it.
Depending on shooting collectors, what happens to So where are you going? You're going
Going back to the college graduation courses. Yes, yeah. A little bit actually.
Gotcha. We got this.
People think but this table runs on precision. Everybody has a job. And right now, Los Caliente's beard is missing. Bill, we have a situation.
For last time, Copper's hot sauces are available in over 10,000 grocery stores nationwide. I have an extra for you.
Thanks so much, Bill. Crisis averted. Now let's roll.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to podcast episode number 840. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to podcast episode number 843 on TVD Beyond Island, New York. And as always, we're joined by a man who's lost even more weight on his face. Thomas.
I also like food stuff.
Also from the space, Wombat. No, I didn't explain how you lost weight on your face. And you shave off his nose also. How does it feel to be a clean shaven man?
It's not that I don't like it. Everyone else is very
Very long, higher hands.
a lot of my life.
You know, what do you think? What do you think? As a bearded man, you are biased. Bearded biased.
Bearded bias. I don't know. I feel like I've seen both ways, and this is not. I think it's last attack. Yeah.
There's too much skin without the beard. Yeah.
Right. Like you were compensating for the forehead growing with the beard.
Yes.
But
Well, now without the glasses, it's even more skin.
right.
Yeah. Can you get 2 sets of glasses to compensate for the lack of beard? Just wear glasses on your teeth. There you go. On the material. Well, yeah, well. Perfect. Now you're the big 70-year-old. Anyway, welcome to the show, everybody. Wombat looks great with his new skin. But, you know, if people wanted more skin, Wombat, then they got it. Actually, they didn't. The family wanted us. I don't know, can you sexualize your skin in any way? I don't think that was something like that.
You're not working.
I think you should get all without even like going to something like that. If I even while you're shaving, you just stop and go like, that's me in the shower.
When I was shaving, I wonder if it's going to provide 30 seconds of my knee, which is a long way from the nation.
I feel like you have to like play that stage and just see if they're going to finish.
Well, I like, feel like,
So like it's okay.
she's a child in the 90s and I'm so
He's a dark knight. You should get a copy of that. I'm talking about your house. It's okay.
What do you know?
Yeah, what's everybody been up to besides shaving the face? Look, I have a beard now. I have more of a beard than you have. What did you do that?
I think it's not time. I think you should be able to do big picture view.
Mrs. Chewy is not okay.
I think you're okay. You're facing it.
Mrs. Chewy is not like, even when it's like a little hair. Like I need that. I want to get late asking, I got it. It's not it.
She sees my brother in the school anymore.
She doesn't mind the look per se, but she doesn't have to attracted to her. She's not attracted. She likes the way it's masculine. Right. She likes all this skin. I'm not your fan. No, all your skin.
I get off the same.
You should circumcise your head. You should just shave it off.
Get back there these days.
It is. Looking like Noah. You're looking like Noah Murphy.
Okay, we don't like something in the back.
Yes. I don't know, the hair's looking pretty solid. Yeah, it's looking pretty solid.
It's pretty good shape.
Wow. That's a great story. That was a great story. Anyway.
For some people, well, also the hair doesn't grow out the skin contract, so it gives you a region of
Hey, you got that infected tooth still? I think it's about time you whip that out. Oh, no! Why? Why is it still there?
Did you say your beard too? Is there fat in your beard?
That's gross. It's pretty weird in the bathroom too. It is. to you.
Right. This is just the one that's cleaning the shit.
Alright, what's a good segue to the trophy back in the house?
Sure. Dan Cass. So normally, you listen to podcasts, I can get out to this podcast, you can watch the recording, you can stream. Boy, was I rewarded. Seeing GP's progression, really discussed the match, and not that running the hero. Well, this is what we miss out on when you can't watch the trophy. Thanks for the laugh on that. Up the technical and as always to eyes.
Yeah, because I don't like those comments, but I still don't know why it's still have it. What are we waiting for? Part of it. It's not a part of it, you're bad. It was a part of it. That's not part of it, that's a play. It's a build up, it's a time build up. Why do you have a time build up?
And that's all over the season.
And it's typical energy. Why are you writing on that? And they're dirty. Whoa! We made that dirty.
Warren Hartley, 3152 episode. I usually side with Mom back in those situations, but we want to be insecurities or other content is the cutest thing. What's up?
You're lunatic. You're lunatic.
Season 4. And season 4, maybe we will go to season 4.
You did it twice. It's like climbing Everest twice.
Exactly. The second time. And I still have
That's not my problem. Right. How many seasons was it? So many. Why is he doing it? You know what happened?
And there's 23 episodes a season.
No, there's not.
22 episodes.
For real? That seems impossible.
I think they just weird that whole, like, they look at all the movies, they didn't realize they could make TV shows that were based on
One season
characters.
One season of Hero is like 4 seasons.
And how long does it go for? That's insane. That's a lot of hours. You think AI knows how many hours they're on season 2?
I'm saying it's like a real, they made you more insecure than every other Marvel company.
Sorry about that. Well, I mean, there's a lot of content out there. So you can consume some new content.
What's the reason?
How I feel about that.
What is that to do?
And you like content. Or you don't like content. How can you get one of those?
So I yell at you for not consuming content. And you yell at me for doing it, and then maybe I won't watch it. I want something else, and I'll stick with it.
Yeah. You get it. You don't care about it.
Stick with it.
Well, what if I can talk about what else we're watching and watch this church? And this one that has to watch it now. And so I've been home for the summer, so we just want to watch some content together. We can enjoy it together. So we watched the Weird Al movie. In a podcast, one of our Weird Al content in the summer, and we're going to get ready. That is a very weird movie. We're starting to title, of course, but I don't expect it to be weird, but I think the weirdness is something my life. It was weirder than I thought it would be.
It's good. I think it starts everything. Like it starts with everything.
I would consider it like the beginning. It's cool at the beginning, like what you weird. I mean, and there's not many jokes in the beginning. Like,
I guess it's a little bit more on
It's very funny. I mean, it's very funny. Of course, something you know is happening. But when he's a kid, he just seems like a kid, and like his parents, his dad is like an asshole, and his mom is not much better. It's kind of dark. It's sad. It's a joke. It's a joke, but it's not. It's not. Right. Right. Yeah, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's the word that the joke in the beginning and it's confusing. Where did it explain this joke to you? It's really funny.
I do think I think when Madonna shows up,
Yeah.
I didn't like that scene.
It's not too much for that. I think it's good. There's a little too much for that. I mean, look, I don't like to keep you too weird out.
No, it's a fun movie. Everyone can watch it, but I'm just saying,
Right.
it's not as good as it was. I'm gonna watch it. I want to watch hard.
I mean,
Walk Hard is one of the funniest movies.
you were talking about this. I know. I'm sure we're going to get this one day. And you know what? You're not.
Yeah.
That's what you're like.
You would totally do it. And I don't think they say it.
Yeah, but there's like, at least like 12 times you got to do this. We also watched the High Knives last time. So we watched that. Yeah, I've seen it many times. I saw the Broadway show twice. I saw it once on Broadway and I was really proud of that. It was when I saw it in London. It was ending the song. I did. When I saw it in London, we were going, like over there, they were off, they were ending their run. And so we got really good seats, like for real cheap. So, my friend had it. Anyway, the movie's great. I didn't know. I like it. It's so fucking crazy. And that's it. Movies are like an hour and a half, an hour and 40 minutes. It's just like, not too much of anything. It's over before you get tired of it.
You never really before, though?
What?
Big beats.
You know, when you know the big bean part is coming, and you're watching with somebody who hasn't seen a movie before, you just like sit there and put a man's hand up, basically, and then you're like, well, I mean, there's a lot of things like that, where you're just like, this is gonna trip them out, and that's what it's just. It's fine. That movie's great. Movie's great. Let's make it fun. Some of them outside, so you know. Still don't really understand anything. I really wish I had a good answer to that. I thought maybe now sometimes understanding how it's lagging now. If everybody turned on him and he's like running away with him. But it's probably better to pretend it's more. Speaking of that, this is also described as the next movie. Punisher won that still. A movie sees 50 minutes. That's the movie.
It's special.
Yes. It's mostly John Bernthal, young, Jordan Young.
I think, this borrows from the baby and Fred. And then I think about the movie cusp of it. It's just me and I'm joking. I'm not trying to kill me, so I gotta get out of it.
What story does he mean?
It's in the apartment.
and
wrong age there, and I just, what is it? It's like, what am I supposed to do?
That's all. actors. That sounds like exactly what you're doing with Star shows. Names, like denying that. The show's very good. So I would get the TV shows pretty good. But it's a good watch. I can do that. You know what's great, like I highly recommend to everybody, is this Australian border security show that has like a ton of clips and whole episodes on Instagram and Facebook Reels. And you can just watch people getting stopped at Australia customs and watch them go through people's bags and watch them like sweating profusely. And they find like all kinds of crazy shit like liquid cocaine and champagne bottles. And people come up with crazy stories and like yelling at them. It's really like, it says a lot about human nature. Like, you know, sometimes people are just stressed out because they flew on a long trip and show up in Australia and people just, the security guards are their luggage and they haven't done anything wrong, but they're just stressed out. And sometimes people are stressed out because they're carrying huge amounts of drugs in their luggage and they're being x-rayed and tested. It's very interesting. So I highly recommend it. I'm actually watching, I don't know the name of the show. It just keeps showing up on my Facebook and Instagram as Reels. And they're Australian. So I really recommend it. I'm sure there's a show on like actual TV show that you can watch on sort of streaming service, but I'm not really watching it on Instagram. It's perfect. A lot of Asians, like a lot of Asians just like saying fuck all of your rules about biosecurity, smear for like being fucked up outside plants and shit. And it's kind of larva and worms that are big, and like, they're not declaring anything on their countries to them. And the officers, they're so nice, right? And they're all Australian accents, and they're nice. But they're like, what are you doing? Like, these are the fucking roaches in here. Like, you can't get them to say anything. But like, why did you say no? You don't have anything, good fish, and like, too late to win that.
I know I lost my first.
So, I don't know what's this stuff you do. You just do it. You just keep going. You want to read.
I wanted to keep stuff.
Anyway, the newsletter is me and taking deals from the back to the media from Portland Post. However, as I quoted the system there, he assigned engagement scores. We find out which social media folks have the most engagement scores and just sort them. And then I go through those deals and I post them and put them in the newsletter. It's email to you. And I learned it's actually very complicated to get a newsletter. Is it compliance? Should you have to do your address and every click on email? And I'm writing the address in there. And you should do something like actually the address and the email. Because the nothing else is like it's just like going to do that. Anyway, we should have pinball court campus. Pinball court. I gotta try pinball court is awesome. I want to have a pinball club. You could try to put the promotions and get some of the deals with them. Why not do you remember that? Afterburner, you can fucking back in. What do you do with it? Is it Chuck E. Cheese? Yes.
Basically, the the joke is that he's not a very popular weird character. And so they like lean into that. And I'm like, it's okay, but at the same time, they're like, I don't know you, so about you. What else you? Yeah, it's like, really, he doesn't have to be the best everything, when he's like doing, like the platforming stuff, it's like, oh man, those are got a lot of roots here. He's probably the type who's not into little buggies that are just like, I don't know, maybe it's a big game now. I probably play like levels of Funky Fury so far when we were out of town. I didn't really know yeah, but I think priced appropriately, I would say. Like, they were trying to charge at full price for Funky Fury, it's very much not a full price. I think. You're saying that $17.99 is the right price? It's probably the right price for people that are interested in what's the OG part? This is the last one that's supposed to be probably, I don't know. There's some like virtual reality levels, but not like real VR. It's just like VR in the game. I don't know if that's the coding. Like $40 and right. I'm not sure what the fourth motion is. I mean, yeah, maybe I don't have that. Yeah. I hope it works out well. I do. I do too. Yes. Yes. What else was that? Have you looked at the first light came out this week? I was simply coming from a friend of mine. I was back 3 minutes before you started calling. Oh, I'm good.
assuming that the family can make a big move and spike comes out, and you pay for that to continue. But I'm not able to do that in my car. He's on the side. I'm just gonna continue sucking at that play. That's my plan. But why?
Are you still playing with that?
Really, so I like to play like, I'd say I play half an hour every other day. And I'm not good at it. Sometimes I win, but it's not because of my great gameplay, it's because somebody else in the game is better. You know what I mean? It's still going, huh?
That's still going. My friends want me to play.
You probably do that. You used to play a lot.
I used to play a lot. Sure, I'll play with you. I said it'd be fun.
Right.
Really? And I would do like I had like I would see people and
You did nothing. You didn't even like get the down.
yeah, like I'm just gonna highlight it. I put up the walls and I put up the walls. Like how much put up the third wall and put it in.
Mine is not that. You play for the video games all the time. I did your own thing. Oh, that is nice. I love that. Good. Another news items, Valve raised the price of Steam Decks significantly. The new Americans, primarily $40, and put them on sale and then sold out. Which is fun. People love this. That was a good idea then. Right.
Yes, they raised it $200. They're crazy people. They must have put it in the beginning, but they agree with it because everything else is so expensive. How they do less profit than if you do
It's how it feels.
it's not so hard. It's a big but the whole reason is someone who complain for all these problems, like, I don't know. Yeah.
I didn't know if you knew what genre Vampire Survivors was.
Well, I see the game come out for it.
Yeah, they came up with the name for it.
Yeah.
You like the name? It's called Bullet Heaven.
I think they made something up.
Yeah.
But I get it. I understand that it's the opposite of a lot of folks treating it as musician and a lot of things as things. But I just feel like it's a survivor genre. I mean, it's almost every game in that, like, all the it has survivors in it. Like 90% of these games, you know. I don't know. I'm going to use the term bullet hell.
Yeah. You'll never be
Even in this, like, this is why I heard from people.
Yeah.
Valve says games like Vampire Survivors fall into bullet hell. And you're like, that's all I really know is bullet hell. Because they said they're right.
Never associated with Vampire.
Never, like, that's the genre. It's Vampire Survivors is the genre. Because that's what everybody knows. It's like being great, but like that's what that genre is. Castlevania. Right? Like, oh, this is a game like Castlevania. It's a game like Vampire Survivors.
And then you use Metroidvania. Metroidvania.
Yeah, Metroidvania.
I don't know.
I have no idea. I'm not a huge genre expert, but it's the same type of thing. It's still
I use AI photos to look at the best thing to do. I bought this new camera and it's so light sensitive that if I pop open like a tab and it's in a white window, I'm like, what?
I used to pop it with a tab and like, you like it too.
You're not feeling like, oh, that.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's what I'm gonna pop over the camera. grand. Anyway, what's the question? What about that? That's what I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, I wonder if the developer, it's like one guy made that last time, right? And then after, it was a very small thing. Like, I didn't know if you were the guy might be able to slide it by this whole thing.
People who try to cut down trees. Right, like through lumberjacks. So you get attacked by yeah. But I know roads are not lumberjacks. That's what you can go to the island. They get raccoons and possums. Right. People who want to look cool and already in the game, that was still a really young lumberjacks, right? Hours of business to kill. Right. certain people that have really come back, really come back.
What else we got here? There's no state of play coming up next week. And, I mean, the new Wolverine game, I think, is going to be a focus. And you like Wolverine. I like Wolverine too. But I think I like him as a black person. You know, my race, this is hard. And the players, No, it was a time out movie. It was like fighting. You go up there for your family and the billionaires from the paper and all that. What's it called? It's like a one-word title. Elysium. What that word means. So, yeah, that was spaceship anyway. So I feel like you could have like Ferrari and spaceships and all that shit. And you know, you could also, you could have like stuff indoors on the moon. Your regular car that you just import it.
It's a survival game.
And it's just like, this is cool, but you make me feel like I'm drowning, and you're also making me do chores. And I have a lot of chores that I need to do anyway in real life, and I really feel like I'm drowning if I do those. And it's just like, and if I don't do those chores, sometimes I do feel like I'm drowning. You know what I mean? Like, if I don't put on my laundry, I'm drowning around. Oh, Phil. Merci. Well, let's go back there. We can talk about that. Back to you. You get that. It's going to be amazing. I feel like that would need an Oscar for that, I think. Is it somebody you're radar? It's football. It's $70. Maybe you want to get the cash money back.
Hopefully by December, if we get it done.
By the way, Market 2 sold so many copies that it's like 4 million copies already. It's just like a lot of copies, and it's only been out a week ago. But they have to pay. Remember that bonus that they were like, the lawsuit and AI for the new part of it, the bonus or whatever? Looks like they have to pay. They gotta pay that. They're just gonna pay it once. So it's and I mean, it's more like good if they sold so many. It's like, free playground, stuff.
Yeah, come on.
There, as long as they give it that, because you can't choose like the jerseys. I feel like they just save themselves. Maybe they
Yes. Yeah, we used to play like PFA.
the local work still has that.
I mean, I don't know if I'm like I already played on Xbox and Switch too.
Yeah, but you go tap on your phone that you
I can't.
very cool.
Yeah, how do you do that? Yes, some of the packs.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great thing.
It's not weird that they move together or
No, not really. Like, we'll either, a lot of times we'll be playing with the computer and just like pass, like, who you sort of that, right? Like, you pass it back forward and then, we'll play like the ones that we can each other. I feel like going back to the latest thing, because, well, and like I think it's the switching is always like the weird part of the game. Like, yeah, fixable. So he's just like, hey, until sort of home run against them, and it's like, alright, then puts in some beats, even though we don't need to hit the ground, where I'm like, alright, how do you start this guy with a high fast one, and then on the way, to a lane fast, and then the, you know, like carry one on the third, and
just that way switching it out because you're doing some.
right.
So,
Right. So, you know, it's two different things.
right. I mean, baseball video games are boring, but they figured out a way to make them not boring by making that play the whole game with baseball. Right?
We're playing a lot of modes that are like rated games.
Yes.
And so it's a good amount because it keeps it close enough for the most part too. Yeah, it's good. I like it.
Cool. Rudy Land writes in and he says, as a listener from near the beginning, I know what to expect. And as a Scottish person, I know what it means to be tight with money. But while that still managed to surprise me with the play 8 games for 15 minutes thing, it's expert level tightness, so well done and much better. I don't know what he meant by the 8 games.
About 16 minutes in with Xbox Rewards.
I thought that was a
If you purchase Game Pass games in a month,
right.
get $3.
Okay.
Which, again, I don't do that every month, but I will like, if I find that my, like, it was 5 days, 3 months,
So specific.
it's 6 to 7 games,
Yeah.
then I will get a $8 and go to see.
Are they like, it's why they do, is that because it's like the deals they make with the publishers? No, but if the deals they make with the publishers, like, you gotta like, they don't pay out.
How much you pay 51, 15 minutes at a time.
Like maybe they're just, I don't know, they're trying to just like pay out. I don't know. They're trying to make it
And
more
it's
efficient for
just
the
really
it's not in the gamers, so
Fortnite.
putting more money at it, I don't know what's happening.
Fortnite needs to be, Watch needs to be.
Okay, so TV is good to do, so we don't get money.
I play Rocket League.
So you do? You do it on money.
I'm not sometimes
Yeah, I'm
Very good at it.
level 80 in the battle.
Very good at it.
Not bad.
He's getting good.
Yes.
He's driving on the surface in the summer. You can jump in the air and then score.
Sometimes they're all possible.
Not now. That's not too common. I don't play, but I try to play it. Eventually I got to play the game and do it sometimes. I don't really want to. I saw it from the underground 6.
Rainbow Six, decorated, so it's like a lot of the things I wanted to do already.
Right.
So might as well yeah, and you can play the same thing anyway, so it doesn't have to be. I have the Mortal Kombat. I like that. Every now and again, I play 15 minutes of Mortal Kombat just because I like to play Mortal Kombat.
You do see that maybe if you were in game, if you were used to, this is going to be the least paid away from you spending 15 minutes. Can you just like leave the game and walk away? Like, how did not people
I don't think you can, because then that was not good to like play an hour and not longer and can't play it and not off up because you're going to do these things. And like, oh, you get 40 points of damage.
So every time you have to get sick, basically, go quickly before you go and sit down.
Down, yeah, so maybe like, screen or something.
This last question is from Brian. He asks, do any of the teams that the hosts play Roblox? Any thoughts on it? Generally, what are their concerns that Roblox, Minecraft, and Fortnite are forever the most difficult activities? Yes, 30 seconds, right? Well, I don't think I played Roblox anymore, but I asked him about it because his question was here, and he said it's just that it's not really one game, it's just that those themes on a platform. Yeah. So it's hard to sort of figure out take it down as well.
I like the one
That plays it on a regular basis, and it's really weird because if you go and play it, you usually play like this, chemical, like 5 or 6 games. You look at everywhere, the Old West game, and there's a vehicle game you play, and there's a paintball game, and Ragnarok game, and then like maybe 1 or 2 others. But it's like, you play those for about like 5 minutes, and you like jump to the next one, and play that for 5 minutes, and then jump to the next one. So it's like, you could just be playing like midstream, and just be like, alright, that's up to this one, I'll go to the next one.
When you play Roblox, Roblox Rewards, I can go to the game.
No idea. It's bizarre to me, but like, there are sort of attention things to those games, and then it's like a sort of attention thing to Roblox. It's like still like there's art, and it's like stuff out of it. Right, exactly. So it's like, yeah, but then it's really, like, primarily it's always like back in MLB The Show or Fortnite, still all the time.
my son does not play Roblox. We don't play Rainbow Six Siege, which we will talk about because
I saw an ad on Xbox Dash for like Roblox baseball.
sure, he plays a baseball game in there.
So it's weird that it's an ad for a specific Roblox game. They make their own like third party Roblox.
I think some of them were third-party games in there, but then also like companies making games too.
Yeah.
And like YouTube channels making in there. Yeah. I don't. Like the stuff he has, there's nothing that objectively like really interested in there. It's just, it's not very deep. It's not really as deep as like a Minecraft is. Like and hopefully the Minecraft will go out as well. But
Yeah, my son does still like some. It's crazy. Yeah, they go all out. But to be honest, I'm totally impressed with everything. You should see our city. Like, 5 blocks, and all the uses. And it's like, oh, usually it's fully going to be the doctors. By the way, you see the lights, they're actually blowing these lights.
Well, you found your house in Montana? No. You know, all the activities? Your house is out about the activities? That's what I'm thinking. Get a lot of good things to do. See it. Oh, it's good? How's it going?
Going. Where's it going?
It's here,
Well, I can't. I throw my work away.
do you go to anything physical therapy?
No, it's not.
Go to the fucking physical therapy? Go to the
No, I haven't.
Just ask ChatGPT how you can use it. You don't need to go to physical therapy.
No, I just need to know what it is.
ChatGPT will fix it. You need to be able to do that. You're going to lose your power. You're going to get all fucking complicated shit. And then you're going to be, 50 when you go over like fucking garbage.
I'm going to cut it out.
Exactly. It's not fun. And so then you lose your power. So you can't be kept up to go off with it.
No, I just can't do it. I just can't do it.
How about podcasts? How many? I'll find out what maybe like 10 good people. And have them let me find it. You know, like our friend Brett Gilbert is from really nice. So they get to know. Mr. Orange Theory. He's an inspiration. Alright, everybody. I think that's too much show. We have too much show. Give us some back. Alright, we'll tell you.
Alright, so get happy with it. So I'm relaxing to try it out. So, but also go to see it too. So. Alright, and if you're going to do
We are a country that loves to bet on horses. Every spring we track the 3 races of the Triple Crown. Every spring I was like the same thought. We still doing this? Is Woodrow Wilson president? But people love the Triple Crown. The Kentucky Derby where people bet on horses while they're dressed like characters and Gone with the Wind. It's like prom for gamblers. Do you like my hat? I'm living in my sister's garage. I have a debilitating gambling addiction. Shall we have another one, Julia? It was announced the winner of each race on the news. You always thought the horse was named by a guy on his 8th wife. The horse was named like Gambler's Revenge. Alimony Weekend. They show a picture of the winning horse on the news. If they could show us a picture of any horse, we wouldn't know the difference. I don't know what was supposed to do with that horse image? It's not like we're going to run into that horse in a bar. Excuse me, did you win the Kentucky Derby?
I did. I won the Kentucky Derby.
Now I'm in the bar enjoying a Hefeweizen. There is the classic photo of the winning horse, right? They're always wearing that huge horseshoe wreath of flowers they stole from someone's gravesite. Standing next to the winning horse is the owner of the horse who did not train the horse, did not ride the horse, and based on body language, he's never really met the horse. Here the owner stands, looking like they've never paid taxes. Sitting on top of the winning horse is the jockey who's dressed like he just came from a local pride parade. It was interviewed the jockey expecting some insight. I'm like, how do you win? The jockey's like, I whipped the horse and I ran. Very rare for a horse to win all three races this time, mainly because the horses, they don't care. Mostly they just want someone to stop kicking them. Because for horses, I didn't know that after the Triple Crown, all those horses retire. They retire at the age of 3. Feels early. They retire and then they're sent out to stud. Those horses get paid to have sex, which in some ways is better than winning the Triple Crown. That's like the quadruple crown. That's got to be an adjustment for those horses. Like, hey, remember when we whipped you and we wanted you to run? Well, now when we whip you, we're going to have you do something a little different. How many horse jokes is this guy going to do? I never thought I'd miss a murder joke. There's a lot more horse jokes. And if you haven't noticed, I know nothing about horses. I know horseback ride mainly because I prefer to be comfortable. It's not the 1800s. Sure, the horses aren't thrilled either. Like, why am I carrying you around? They say you drive up on a Honda Civic. But people like the horseback ride. I have a friend, she told me the reason she enjoys horseback riding is because she loves horses. Which seems like a strange way of expressing love for something. Making it carry you around her back. I mean, I love my great Aunt Katie. I'm not gonna make her carry me around on her back. Not anymore. Yeah. I don't even know why we have to specify that it's horseback riding. Other people are like, hey, you want to ride a horse? Go park. The part that looks like a seat. Wow. Oh, look at that dog horse ass white. I should probably tell you the rest of the show is all horse jokes. Is he serious? There are different types of horses. He's gonna keep going, isn't he? You know, there are breeds and horses, right? Which is different from horse breeding. I don't know if you've ever seen two horses breed, but that'll keep you with it. If you've never seen two horses breed, do not YouTube it. Do not YouTube and print out still images. Don't do that. Don't fix your face on one of the images and show you why you think it's funny. She won't think it's funny. That says more about her than you. What was I talking about? Horses. It's strange how we breed horses. We give horses shoes. I don't even know if horses need shoes. You never see a horse in a long walking around like, ow, ow. Horse has some damn shoes. We give horses shoes that are metal. Metal! That's worse than Crocs. That must be hard to shop for, right? Do you have anything in metal, but not a slip-on? Something I can nail in my foot. That's what we do. We nail it to the foot. And when we're not doing that, we're literally tossing the horseshoe around as a game. The horse must be like, what the hell are you doing with my shoes? Probably looks like we're taunting the horse. Hey, horse, what's wrong with your shoes? Come on, grab it, I can't see right there. The horseshoe is a symbol of luck for everyone but the horse. this is true. Someone told me that when horses are sent out to stud, some female horses will wear high-heeled horse shoes. Makes them more confident. I'm going to be paying for this later on. Oh, and I've been on my feet all day. It's got to be bigger than horse shoes. Horse people. And I'm not talking about people that are half horse, half human, which are centaurs, and they don't exist anymore, right? No, people who own horses will tell you that the horse can't even feel the nail going in their foot. Not that anyone's ever heard a horse go, that's fine, hammer one. Next time, glue, just don't tell me where you got the glue from. Oh, that was too heavy? There's no horses in here. I've got a horse in the front row going, hey, pickety, come glue. I don't know about something you look for, is your muscle? It's strange how the two horses, you know? The most shocking thing with two horses is when they break their leg, shoot them. That's a harsh medical point. Someone explained the reason they shoot horses when they break their leg is because it's unlikely the leg will heal properly. And I'm like, unlikely? So there's a chance? Can you imagine how stressed out horses must be? Like, step trying to break. Look at break! Look at the gun! Look at the break! It's a break! And they're injured. They're like, I'll walk it up. I'll walk it up. Goddamn, jeez, you guys been hanging on. You ever heard of Ben Gay? What's going on? Look down there. I can see on some of your faces that you would frankly prefer if I did more horse jokes. Okay. It's odd how we treat horses, because we live in this era where we treat your dogs and cats as family members. Your girls trying to get their dog on an airplane. You know, it's just a matter of time before someone brings a horse on a plane. Are you kidding me? This is my therapy horse. It keeps me calm on the flight. Oh, we want to welcome our Silver Medallion member of the board. And anyone traveling with a farm animal, you can board at gate 47. Feel free to grab some sugar cubes at least. Horsepower